My day. It's another new day, and we are still basking in the glory and the victory of the Black Stars. We're here to serve you the news first and what's happening in the business world. But Haruna Mubarak will bring us sports with all the excitement. Yes, from the 2026 World Cup, especially for Ghana, securing that one-goal victory over Panama. You don't want to miss any of that. And then we'll move on to our big story. Yes, plastic waste remains one of Ghana's biggest environmental threats, and the data is staggering. So do you know that Ghanaians consume more than 8 billion sachets of water every year and also generate over 1 million tons of plastic waste annually? Yet nearly 86% is improperly disposed of. The result? Blocked drains, polluted waterways, rivers and beaches, contaminated soil. So thousands of tons of plastic also find their way into the Atlantic Ocean every year. The danger to human health and biodiversity need not be overemphasized. Now, against this backdrop, the Environmental Protection Authority announced on May 25 a ban on selected plastic products effective January 2027. Yeah. The decision has sparked some intense national debate. Supporters see it as a bold step to tackle pollution. Critics question whether affordable and accessible alternatives are available and whether the policy can effectively be enforced. So this morning, AM Show will come to you live from the Environmental Protection Authority, where key decision makers and stakeholders are gathered to unpack the policy and also examine the implementation roadmap, explore alternatives and also alternatives to the affected products, and also address concerns from industry players and also you, the general public. My colleague Emefa, Akosua Adeti, will be standing by to take us on that beat. But before we cross over to the big event, it's the news, business and sports. Stay with us. My name is Denise Yapoma. I'll be back with the news. Welcome. This is AM News. Now, parents and residents of Cape Coast are calling for stronger safety measures in schools following the deaths of 2 students, incidents that have heightened public concern about student welfare and security within educational institutions. Now, as authorities investigate the circumstances surrounding the deaths, residents are urging government, the police and other stakeholders to take urgent action to strengthen security protocols, improve student support systems and safeguard the well-being of students across the country.
Mourning, confusion and uncertainty have gripped Cape Coast after the bodies of 2 promising students were discovered just a day apart. The incidents have triggered widespread reactions in the city and across the country, with many parents and residents calling on authorities to take urgent action to protect students. As parents, we panic when we see or hear such stories because we also have children in school. The time that reports are saying the young lady went out, if she had told her friends where she was going or who she was meeting, they would have given the information to the police when she went missing. I heard her family is well-to-do, so I wonder why she went out. I am pleading with Ghanaian authorities to take urgent action to address what is happening in the schools. Parents are panicking, and the young boy who also hanged himself, we can only wonder what led to such an act. Parents are scared, so the authorities must do something about it. I have heard about the deaths of the young lady from UCC and the final year students from Mfansipim as well. It is very worrying to have these children dying, especially when they are about completing school. It is very painful. So, we are pleading with authorities in Cape Coast to report to the appropriate stakeholders to address these incidents. As investigations continue into the circumstances surrounding Innocentia's death and Emmanuel's family mourns its loss, stakeholders are calling for stronger security measures, enhanced student support systems, and reforms within Ghana's education sector to address emerging challenges facing young people.
And the police for no sumpon. Oh yeah, in the maybe almost ochar. Yes, sir. I will finish no good. Sometimes
the police also delay with investigations. We are worried and scared as parents. We urge the authorities to investigate properly to uncover why all these are happening so we can stop them. Such incidents are becoming too many in the country. We plead with our leaders to solve this. The police must make efforts to arrest the perpetrators, or we will be scared to take our children to school. If our children will go to school and end up being killed, we won't take them. So we plead for something to be done about it. Then we can be safe. From Cape Coast, Abigail Lisol reports for Joy News.
Now, General Manager of Lodges Group Limited, Benjamin Kakeri-Dra, has praised the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources for driving efforts to restore lands ravaged by illegal mining. Years of galamsey have left deep gullies across vast areas, destroying farmlands and water bodies, endangering lives, and also wiping out livelihoods. To reverse the damage, the ministry has partnered with Lodges Group Limited to reclaim 725 acres of degraded land at Jaman Kwanta in the Amansie Central District of the Ashanti region. Speaking to Joy News in Accra after donating a brand new Zonda GWM four-wheel drive pickup to the Environmental Protection Authority, Mr. Kakeri-Dra also commended the EPA's strict monitoring of the reclamation project, describing effective land restoration as the surest way to revive livelihoods in affected mining communities.
This group limited is embarking on a reclamation of a 725 acreage land at Amansie Central, precisely Jaman Kwanta, on a pilot phase, so that later we do a national scale-up, but in collaboration with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. But during our activities, EPA has been one of the key collaborators of the project. And then as they are mandated, they gave us permits to visit the field and start our work. But it is also their mandate to monitor what we do there, so that it will not have adverse effect on the lands that we are reclaiming. So we thought it wise and it's prudent that we aid them to be coming to the field in a regular way, so that we will be able to do the work as it is required of us and as is prescribed by the law. So that is why we are here today, donating a pickup to them, so that it will aid them to visit and monitor the work that we are doing. I believe that yes, we are talking about the ills of mining, degraded lands. Yes, it has its adverse, but should we throw our hands in the air and say that we cannot do anything? So for me, we believe that the future is for us to restore the land back to its former glory days, so that the ecosystem will be restored and there will be benefits. For this, we have done a survey, and then if I tell you what the results came out, it means we have a lot that we have to do. So this is to make sure that posterity will not come and judge us.
Receiving the vehicle, EPA Chief Executive Officer Professor Nanama Brown-Kluche said the donation will strengthen the authority's fleet and enhance monitoring, compliance and enforcement of environmental laws across the country.
The Protection Authority are just taking delivery of pickup donated to us by Lodges Group Company Limited. And Lodges Group Company Limited approached us some time back that they want to help reclaim some of the degraded land, which is actually our work as EPA. So we encouraged them and provided the guidelines for them to do their work. Whilst on it, we also continuously monitor the operation to ensure that they are complying by environmental laws that we have in the country. So in the course of our discussion with them, they decided to support us with a vehicle, which will help with our monitoring on their sites where they are doing the reclamation. They currently reclaiming the degraded land at Amansia Central, where EPA is constantly ensuring that they are doing their work the way we wanted to do their work. So we are grateful. It will help with our logistics towards the operations that we do at the Environmental Protection Authority.
Now, the Minister for Roads and Highways, Governance Kwame Agboja, has assured that work on the Temakra motorway and the Pokwasi roads are progressing steadily. The minister's assurance comes in the wake of concerns among road users over what they describe as a slow pace of work on the two projects. James Haveji has more.
The construction works ongoing on the Temakra motorway as well as the Pokwasi road has become a matter of interest for commuters who use the road every day. Now, answering questions from members of parliament on the status of various roads across the country, the Minister for Roads, Governance Kwame Agboja, assured the House that work on the two roads are moving on steadily, as he also reveals that government is up to date on the payment to the two contractors working on the sites.
On record, the motorway contract is ongoing, and on record, as of this morning, we don't owe the contractor any amount of money. All outstanding claims have been settled. The same applies to what my leader is talking about, Pokwasi. As of this morning, I don't have a certificate outstanding on that project as well. We would endeavor to continue to encourage the contractors working on this project to hurry up.
On the recent tour of the minister to various road projects across the country also caught the attention of the minority, who praised the roads minister for hitting the grounds running to put pressure on the contractors to finish those projects on time. We can listen to the second deputy whip of the minority, Jerry Ahmed Shaib, as well as the minority leader himself, Alexander Panyu Markin.
It's not paying. It's not paying to those people who are doing the awards for ministers and taking money. It's not paying. And he thinks his job should show.
You could see that his answers are real.
No, Mr. Speaker, he understands the politics. He understands proper man management. He understands governance. And that is why it's called governance.
We are here as political actors, minority, majority. It is all for the good of democracy. When the man does it well, we must commend him. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, when there are issues, today I'm commending you, you are calm. When I take you on, don't take it personal. Today is not that day. But you've done well for the field visit, and I watched you. You did it with passion, and that is it. That's the right thing to do. Unfortunately, you were not awarded.
On other issues that have been happening on the floor, the minority leader, Alexander Panyu Markin, is calling for the CEO of the Ghana Gold Board, Sami Gyamfi, to provide some answers to Parliament about happenings at the Gold Board with regards to some procurement matters.
The issues at Gold Board, those issues smell. It stinks.
Well noted.
He must bring the chief executive of Gold Board here for Parliament to do the necessary inquiry.
Within the terms of order, Speaker, within the terms of order 79, the Gold Board CEO cannot be invited here to respond to questions.
The rest of proceedings have been dedicated to solidarity messages from members of Parliament to the Black Stars as they take on Panama late on Wednesday. From Parliament House here in Accra, my name is James Haveji for Joy News.
Now, Transparency International has identified high to critical corruption risk in defense institutions across 17 countries in sub-Saharan Africa. Its 2025 Government Defense Integrity Index found weaknesses in oversight, transparency and accountability in all countries assessed. Ghana is among 7 countries placed in the high-risk category. The report comes amid rising security threats and increased defense spreading across the region. Michelle Latte has more.
Transparency International has raised concerns over the widespread use of sole sourcing in defense procurement across sub-Saharan Africa, warning that the practice increases corruption risk and weakens accountability. The concerns are contained in the 2025 Government Defense Integrity Index, which assessed 17 countries. The reports found high to critical corruption risk across all countries surveyed, with Ghana among 7 countries classified as high risk. The findings come as countries across the region grapple with violent extremism, armed conflict and political instability, placing increasing pressure on defense institutions. Head of research at Transparency International, Dr. Michael Mensah, says secrecy in defense procurement and the extensive use of sole sourcing remain major vulnerabilities. He noted that more than 70% of countries assessed scored 0 on procurement transparency.
Out of the 17 countries, none had a military doctrine that highlighted corruption as a strategic issue to be addressed in military operations. In terms of defense procurement, the major challenge we see here is secrecy around defense procurement and the extensive use of single sourcing.
He also expressed concern about limited transparency in defense spending, saying it weakens parliamentary oversight and accountability.
Budgets need to be published. But in many instances, we realize that the transparency around actual defense spending is not provided, which becomes a risk.
Speaking on the behalf of the Chief of Defense Staff, Director General of Human Resources at the Ghana Armed Forces, Air Commodore Thomas Okine, called for stronger collaboration among state institutions to strengthen integrity and reduce corruption risk within the defense sector.
Progress requires collaboration. No single institution can on its own strengthen defense integrity. Success depends upon constructive engagement between defense institutions, government ministries.
Stakeholders say stronger oversight, greater transparency in defense procurement, and the integration of corruption risk into military doctrine could help improve accountability in the sector. For Joy News, Michelle Latte and Precious Goza.
Let's do some business. Senior finance lecturer at the University of Ghana Business School, Dr. Benjamin Amwa, says that increasing the capital base of community banks could expose them to higher levels of risk as they are likely to expand their operations and open more branches. Speaking to Joy Business, Dr. Amwa said while the Bank of Ghana's decision to convert existing rural banks into community banks under the revised microfinance sector framework could create growth opportunities, the reforms may also present significant challenges for the sector.
The challenge is more likely to come from the issue of the capital base. Once you increase the capital base from 1 million to 5 million and then from 5 to 10, what we are doing is that we are giving these community banks the opportunity to conduct high-level business and high-level, risk exposure and engagement. Another side is that these banks, because of the temptation to deploy this capital based on leveraging on the 10 million, some of them are most likely to establish branches outside their so-called local domain as part of the new reform. That may come with its own challenges because establishing a new branch will mean a new setup, a new set of workforce, and a new set of culture that will be built into the existing rural bank framework as they now assume the community posture. So the transition is not a problem, but if they decide to get themselves more into permeating the communities by establishing more branches, then the resource that they have to deploy will have to be more for them to be successful to do that. So this is where maybe the challenge will come. Because of this, it is possible that community banks that will be struggling to mobilize the 5 million or the 10 million may have to merge, may have to consolidate so that they have a bigger balance sheet to be able to mobilize the capital and then also set up some additional branches to support the new capital base that they have.
Now, Ghana's secondary market activity staged a strong rebound with turnover rising by 343.17% week-on-week to 7.16 billion Ghana cedis. This marks the highest level recorded since the domestic debt exchange program. The following report captures more.
Data Bank research shows that trading remained concentrated in the 2027 to 2030 maturities, accounting for 51.93% of total turnover at a weighted average yield of 11.72%. The 2031 to 2034 segment also saw strong interest, accounting for 47.64% of trades, with an average yield of 14.01%. Activity beyond 2035 remained thin, with the 2035 to 2038 maturities accounting for just 0.42% of turnover at an average yield of 14.59%. This underscored limited investor appetite for the far end of the curve. Data Bank research attributed the sharp pickup in turnover to improved pension-related liquidity and more attractive yield levels. It said it expects secondary market activity to remain well supported in the near term as these factors continue to reinforce investor demand.
That's it for business. That's it for AM News. But don't forget that the AM show is sponsored by Shield Silicone Paints from Azar Group, Syntex Pipes, and Time Herbal Mixture. The World Cup fever is on and everyone is getting excited. CompuGhana says the match shouldn't just be on the pitch. You can bring the stadium experience home. This is the time to buy your crystal clear TVs, sound bars, home theaters, smartphones, laptops, projectors, and more at unbeatable prices. Remember, this isn't just discount sale. It's a chance to win a 100-inch 4K smart TV, some cash, laptops, phones, and many other amazing prizes when you spend 1,000 Ghana cedis or more. So, rush to any CompuGhana showroom or shop online at CompuGhana.com. You can call us on 030-275-2020 or WhatsApp 024-314-3143. CompuGhana Gold Rush season is the ultimate football experience. Now, football's biggest tournament is on, and there's no better way to back your team on Betano. Sign up today on Betano and claim a welcome bonus of up to 2,000 Ghana cedis on your first deposit to enjoy the World Cup. So, simply create your Betano account, verify your details, make your first deposit, and make we bet. We know it's only for those above 18. Terms and conditions apply. Game responsibly. This has been vetted and approved by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Now, let me tell you about Nesta's Home, because you can own your dream property in one of Teme's fastest growing prime locations today. Yes, at Nesta's Homes, we offer beautifully designed Studio 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom luxury homes crafted for modern living, comfort, and long-term value. Strategically located at Tema Community 26, just behind the Palace Mall, our gated community gives you a serene and secure environment, easy access to major roads, and also some key business areas. Close proximity to schools, hospitals, malls, and other essential social amenities. So reserve your unit today with just a 10% deposit and enjoy flexible payment plans and mortgage options. So call us now on 053-101-4440 or 053-101-4447 to book a viewing, or visit us at www.nestes.com.gh. So, this July, Ghana will host global energy leaders and experts at the Ghana International Petroleum Conference, GIPCON 2026, on the theme, Building a Resilient Downstream Policy, Innovation and Investment for Growth. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of Ghana, will be the distinguished guest of honor. Speakers include Honorable Dr. John Abdullahi Jinapor, his Minister for Energy and Green Transition, Godwin Kujo Tamaklo, his CEO of the National Petroleum Authority, Dr. Patrick Ofori, CEO of the Chamber of Bulk Oil Distributors, and Dr. Riverson Opon, his CEO, Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies. The date is from July 16 to 17, 2026, 8 a.m. each day, and the venue is Palms Convention Center, La Palm Royal Beach Hotel. The event will be climaxed with the Downstream Awards and Gala Night happening on July 18 at 6 p.m. at the Kempinski Gold Coast Hotel, Accra. You can register now at www.ghipcon.com or call 055-822-3678. Well, that's it for the AM News. Huge congratulations to Ghanaians and also the Black Stars team. Up next is sports, and I'll be right back.
Now, let me tell you why you should choose Safari Valley as your conference destination.
The new conference building combines modern amenities with the tranquility of nature, providing the perfect backdrop for your next seminar and corporate retreat.
The only conference destination with so many activities, you don't have to travel to visit your tennis club, the gym, or the stables. They have it all.
Enjoy this rooftop viewing deck, basking in the sunlight with the sight of wild animals roaming freely in their natural habitat.
At my break, I'm able to practice my putting.
It's a unique experience that sparks creativity and rejuvenates the mind.
Visit Safari Valley Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
Through every stage of life, some things simply stay with us. The spirit of never giving up. A throwback to a bygone era. Love was service. The silent statement of love. A forceful gesture that deepens bonds, balancing work and life. Every drop refreshes. Every sip hydrates, just as it should. I am awake, one for life. Drink water, drink awake. Supporting the National Cardiothoracic Center. This
Father's Day, give Dad more than just a gift. Give him an unforgettable experience. Join the Joy brands for the Joy Safari Escape, the ultimate weekend getaway created to celebrate fathers and father figures on 20th and 21st of June. Enjoy a premium escape filled with relaxation, adventure, music, great food, and quality family time. Your experience includes breakfast courtesy from Safari Homes, complimentary bus service to and from Aqua Safari because we care about your comfort, luxury night stay at Aqua Safari, scenic river tours and boat cruises, fish and tortoise feeding experience, underwater cave viewing, eco park adventure with amazing wildlife encounters, buffet meals, island party with live band entertainment, swimming pool, archery, board games, lawn tennis, endless vibes from our DJs, and fun activities for the kids too. So bring along the entire family. Rates are going for 4,000 Ghana cedis single, 6,000 Ghana cedis double, and 10,000 Ghana cedis for a family of 4. Book now or make enquiries by calling or WhatsApping Lois on 053-100-3813. The Joy Safari Escape, June 20 and 21. Joy Safari Escape, one weekend, endless memories. The Joy Safari Escape is powered by Hits FM and Joy Prime.
To dance with my father.
All smiles on the faces of Ghanaians following a dramatic win for the Black Stars in their opening match of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Now, the encounter looked set to end goalless after a largely disjointed contest, but Ghana struck late on the counter-attack to snatch all 3 points. Caleb Yirenchi, who replaced Thomas Partey in midfield, reacted quickest to finish from close range and spark wild celebrations among Ghana supporters in Toronto. Let's check out the highlights.
Martinez trying to get on the end here, and down he goes. Cross from Martinez, Atizigi out again, and once again, clattered again. Helping it on its way in the middle, it's well attacked, but it's straight out Orlando Mosquera. And here they go looking for something. An optimistic hit from Yirenchi. Off the head of Adeti. Oh, it's Martinez here! Well, from his point of view, the wrong side of the net. Here come Ghana. Oh, that could have gone anywhere. Brandon Thomas Asante. Jordan Ayew is there! And last-ditch defending prevents an almost certain Ghana opener. Might fancy it here. He does! Here's Semenyo, bit of room. And it goes, saw towards Adeti. Sibo as well, on the swivel. Is this the moment for Ghana? Brandon Thomas Asante, who skips away from Cordoba. Ghana could be in business! They are! It's now or never for Panama. In for Ballesteros, Mosquera's there, and Diaz as well. And that is that.
1-0 victory for Ghana, and they've got their 2026 FIFA World Cup off to a winning start. And they were made to work really hard for this, because the first half, Ghana did not have a single shot on target. That's how much they struggled after the head coach, Carlos Queiroz, decided to go with experienced, much older players. Atizigi was basically Ghana's man of the match in that first half. He got injured, was replaced in the second half by Benjamin Asari, the first of 3 substitutions at the start of the second half. And it was one of those, Brandon Thomas Asante, who created the goal towards the end for Caleb Yirenchi, the 19-year-old making its FIFA World Cup debut, to convert at the far post. It really was a very difficult game for the Black Stars, made difficult for themselves. But in the second half, after those changes, the younger players came out with a little bit more energy and a bit more incentive, and ended up creating what was, in the end, by the balance of the game, a deserved victory for them. And so they march on. Next up, England in Boston on the 23rd. But for now, 3 points in the bag, and Ghana keeps on matching. From the BMO field in Toronto, Ventia Tahir Pinto for Joy Sports.
Now, the man of the moment, Caleb Yirenchi, has now scored in back-to-back games for the Black Stars after also finding the back of the net in the friendly against Wales. However, the 20-year-old is crediting the team for the success.
Good. I think it's I'll give the credit to all the team and all the people around us with the work we've put in. I think I'm quite happy.
I mean, you got a yellow card very early in the game. How did that affect you? Because, I mean, if I got a yellow card that early, the rest of the match would feel some way, but you just carried on.
Yeah, I think with the support and then the talks from my teammates, from the staff, I think just told me to calm down and then just stay in the game. So I think, it was such great advices from my
And the goal, you were playing, one moment you were defending, the next moment you were at the other end. Yeah. I mean, when the move started, did you see that perhaps it could end up there? How did you take off to eventually end up at the far post at that time?
I just run in the box and then hope for the best, and then I got a great ball from Brandon. Yeah.
Where do you get the energy from? It was in the 90 something minutes. How are you running up and down the field at that?
I think it's see where the ball is. I think if the ball is ahead of you, we all want to catch up with the ball. So I think it's the ball. such great energy, but it was quite nice.
Had to withstand a difficult first half before improving after the break to secure a victory in that particular game. And that is quite similar to the kind of performance the team portrayed against Wales in the international friendly as well. Head coach Carlos Queiroz, he says he has admitted that the performance is not perfect, but the team will improve as the tournament progresses.
I think the right word is exactly that we are growing up as a team. We are playing a different system. The methods that we are using to attack are built to match the profile of our players, playing vertical football with full speed actions. But step by step, we will improve. The players, they will adjust to each other. And for me, it's important that the players understand the game. And people needs to understand the game. We don't play alone. I'm never tired to say this to the press. I'm never tired to say this to the fans. It's impossible for you guys to think that you can bring a football game, but they only put one team on a pitch. You play against others. They have the same expectations, the same preparation. They have the same dreams, goals, and we have to play the game that is in front of us. And today we show exactly that. When they better, we defend. We fight for lives. And it was fantastic to see our players fight for lives. And step by step, we start to impose our game. I think also it's important to say we suffer during the duels, individual duels. The Panama players, they take advantage of those situations, pushing, grabbing against our players. Our players, the young players, the naive players, the players from Panama more experienced. Was necessary that the referee put order on the pitch, but they keep going, pushing, grabbing, and we lost a lot of duels because we play with the heart and with not aggressive. But the second half, I pushed the ears of my players. You have to go and fight and answer in the same level. And step by step, we start to create better balance.
In the other Group L game, England, they got off their World Cup campaign off to a winning start with a 4-2 victory over Croatia. Highlights for you.
Now goes Madueke. England get a penalty here. Kane, a little slower when it's saved.
A complete run-up, but it's being checked.
The referee is pointing back to the spot. But he goes the other way and he wins the duel. Maybe a little bit fortunate, but Harry Kane will take that. Oh,
What a goal.
It's a hammer of a goal. Baturina battered it in. Rice takes. England lining up. Oh, and it's met with the authority of King Kane. He puts England in front again. Mashalic again for Perisic. Oh, it's a wonderful goal from Musa. It certainly is. Oh, it's a brilliant break. Jude Bellingham tells you all he's at the World Cup. And Bellingham's in again. But Rice is going to go for goal. Beaten away. Rice takes another corner and kept out by Levakovic. Oh, a tremendous double save from the goalkeeper. On a hat-trick. And again on a hat-trick. And here is Rashford eyeing up the chance. Marcus Rashford! That's the game for England. 85th minute. That's it. England have won 4-2. The final score.
Now let's check out the group standings for Group L. Obviously, Ghana defeated Panama by 1-0, and Ghana sits in second position with 3 points. England, after their 4-2 victory over Croatia, they are the group leaders with 3 points as well, but with more goals. And of course, Panama in third and Croatia languishing at the bottom of the table. The next game, England, they come up against Ghana. Victory for Ghana guarantees a spot to the knockout stages of the World Cup for the first time since 2010. Elsewhere, Portugal were frustrated in a 1-1 draw against DR Congo, despite the presence of Cristiano Ronaldo. Colombia now lead Group K after a convincing 3-1 win over Uzbekistan. That's how we wrap up the sports segment on the AM show. My name is Haruna Mubarak.
Neto, great header and in! João Neves, the first Portuguese goal of another World Cup pursuit. Bakambu, good turn, great feet. Has he got the finish? It's back with Wissa once more. Has a pop. Oh, wasn't too far away either. Here come Portugal, and that is a vital interception. Akufo-Addo to Wissa, lovely take on the turn there. Wissa from distance. That's interesting, Wissa! We have history in Houston. A first ever World Cup goal for DR Congo. Great ball in. The flag is up. The flag is up. It will not count. Oh, good ball inside. Not a great first touch, though, from Kayembe. Bakambu slams the post. Oh, that's nice. Conceição could be in. Ronaldo could be in. And he screwed his effort wide. Semedo into Fernandes. Conceição's pull back. And Ronaldo can't convert. Squirt across. Oh! Now, Cancelo. Bruno Fernandes taking matters into his own hands. And that is it. Full time in Houston. Portugal won.
And a very proud moment for Uzbekistan as they play in a World Cup for the first time ever. Arias. John Arias. Side netting only, though plenty of the fans inside this stadium thought it was in. Ooh, nice reverse. Diaz. Oh, it's off the post! And the goalkeeper got a touch there after as well. Diaz. They've got so many runners here, Colombia. Munoz, one of those! Party time in Mexico City for Colombia. Slip through here, albeit wide. Held back in by Hamdamov. Oh, is he going to go in? It is! What a moment! Uzbekistan are level! And Bosbek Faizulayev has sent that small pocket of Uzbek fans into sheer pandemonium. Now, Quetta on the charge. Good save, but in it goes! Luis Diaz re-establishes Colombia's lead. Just about able to get it away, but Arias comes back. He's set. Sakiev in. Oh, they can't clear. Was there an arm use there? Somehow Vargas keeps a hold of it. And across as well to finish it. Goal! Goal, Colombia! Off the bar. Full time. It's over. It's finished. Uzbekistan 1, Colombia 3.
Another week is here on the greatest of all time show. My name is Giovanni Clip, and tonight we're bringing you talent. Contestant number 1, let's bring Emefa. Let's bring. You did it for you.
Cut. Oh, there is a leakage.
Where's the plumber? For quality and durability, insist on Syntex pipes. If you want quality, this be where you belong. Strong, tough, and reliable. Your perfect match to your trusted Syntex pipe. Syntex pipe, it dey carry water, no wahala. Syntex pipe, it dey make water dey flow. Syntex, and you're strong, and you're tough.
Bounce for the American defense to deal with, and Atamova has scored! A wonderful volley!
The stadium is alive! The fans are roaring, and the excitement has officially kicked off. It's goal rush season at Ghana. This World Cup season, the match isn't just on the pitch, it's happening right in your home. Build your home stadium with world-class cinematic TVs, powerful sound bars, and home theaters, high-power speakers, laptops, tablets, and projectors for the ultimate streaming. Ghana is delivering unbeatable deals, not just discounts, but a chance to win 100-inch 4K smart TVs, mobile phones, laptops, and many more. Just purchase items 1,000 Ghana cedis and above, and automatically enter the raffle draw. Shop online at CompuGhana.com. Call on 0302-752020. Go Rush season, the ultimate football experience, only at Compute Ghana.
Did you know that Ghana currently spends more than 8 billion Ghana cedis annually importing food that can be produced locally? That is why this June, Joy Business and the Super Morning Show, in partnership with the Federation of Associations of Ghanaian Exporters, FAGE, bring you the Joy Agribusiness Month 2026 under the theme From Soil to Sovereignty, Building Ghana's Agricultural Self-Reliance Through Innovation. Join us on the Joy Super Morning Show, Joy News, and across Joy Business platforms for a month-long national conversation on Ghana's food security and agribusiness future. Week 1 focuses on government policy, trade and financing for food sovereignty. Week 2 explores research, innovation, mechanization. Week 3 examines infrastructure, value addition, youth participation and agricultural financing, while Week 4 highlights opportunities across key horticulture value chains. The final week looks at consumer power and Ghana's roadmap to food sovereignty by 2030. Stay tuned to Joy FM and Joy News.
Now, let me tell you why you should choose Safari Valley as your conference destination.
The new conference building combines modern amenities with the tranquility of nature, providing the perfect backdrop for your next seminar and corporate retreat.
The only conference destination with so many activities, you don't have to travel to visit your tennis club, the gym, or the stables. They have it all.
Enjoy this rooftop viewing deck, basking in the sunlight with the sight of wild animals roaming freely in their natural habitat.
At my break, I'm able to practice my putting.
It's a unique experience that sparks creativity and rejuvenates the mind.
Visit Safari Valley Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
Well, welcome back. This is still AM Show. Now, government's Feed Ghana program is rolling out an ambitious plan to establish 50 farmer service centers across the country as part of efforts to lower production costs, improve mechanization access, and accelerate agricultural commercialization. Speaking on Joy Business's Agribusiness Month, National Coordinator of the Feed Ghana program, Bright Demoji, said the centers are expected to provide farmers with machinery, inputs, storage facilities, training, and flexible payment options under a private sector-led model.
My guest this morning is the Honorable Bright Demoji. He's the National Coordinator for the Feed Ghana project, or the Feed Ghana program. And we're having the Joy Agribusiness Month. We are talking about what the state is doing to enable our food sovereignty. And the Feed Ghana program is the flagship program under the John Dramani Mahama-led government. And it's designed to change our food system within the next 4 years. It was launched last year. So far, a year is passed, and we have just under 3 years to hit the 2028 target. And we are trying to understand what the program is doing. The coordinator says one component is crop development and then farmer service centers. What other components do we have under Feed Ghana?
Yes, we have the institutional farming.
Okay.
The whole concept of the institutional farming is just to bring on board all the major institutions in the country that are both government and non-governmental. For instance, the prison service. They have a lot of experts and staffs that they can use to produce to feed the people of this country. Even it's unheard of that the prison service can use government of Ghana money to go into market to buy food stuff. That should not be something we should be encouraging. The prison service should rather be feeding the people of Ghana. So we have collaborated with them. We supported them with tractors, with trucks, with input. The whole of last year we did a lot of job together with the prison service so that they can be able to produce to feed the people of Ghana and to feed themselves.
I know that the prison service, as you are talking about, has a total acreage of farmland of about 7,600 acres.
Yes.
At the moment, they are farming only about 1,500 acres. So are you going to support them to farm the difference of 6,000 acres? What capacity, what volume of support are you giving them, and what outcomes are you expecting from an institution like the prison service?
Okay, last year, what we did was that we asked them to bring their requirements, and we look at the requirement and the component that we can support immediately. That's what we did. We give them a lot of input, fertilizers, we give them seeds based on what they presented to us, and we realized that they don't even have their major farm. You know, these ones, they were small that were put together. But as a prison service, they have a major centers that they can call their farm centers. Each of the prison centers have a farm. But the one that is managed by the headquarters is what we are talking about. Because at the local level, they are supposed to compile all across the country.
So I've actually put that data together. There is Ahinsang 230 acres, Akuse Local 30 acres, Abanfrom 42 acres, Ankafo 28 acres. That's Ankafo Annex, Ankafo Main 53, Ewutu Camp almost 200 acres, Joya Nkwanta almost 1,000 acres, Edra about 500 acres, Furi in Afram Plains about 1,500 acres. Yes. It goes on and on and on and on and on and on. So you're enabling them to convert all these lands into productive farms.
Into production. That's why we give them tractors to ensure that they move back to the field and do production. I've also asked them this year, the input, there's some delay in the input. So we asked them to bring all their requests. Our focus is that, the minor season will be done very well, because the major we are almost at the heat of the major season. So yes, so these are one of them. Then we, apart from that, we also have doing some work with the Ghana Army. We have done some work with them last year. We want to upscale it. That's another critical area. Then National Service, the same. We've given them all the input, agronomic support and technical support to go into large-scale cultivation, and they are doing that very well. Last year they did a lot of work, but it's only the vegetables sector that we have some challenges because of the season or the climatic conditions. And another area is that because vegetables, if you want to do high-value crops, irrigation, water management, and irrigation is key. So if you want to go into vegetables and you don't have proper water systems or irrigation system, it's difficult. So they try, that one doesn't work. But for cereals, it works very well. And then the area of poultry as well. They are doing well in the area of poultry. The focus this year is to upscale our relationship with them and also look at the MOU, because you see, even though we are doing agriculture interventions, every sector have some budget. So if we use all our budget to support a particular institutions, then there must be a way of win-win situation. How do we recoup those resources so that we can apply it back into, because we don't support you with everything, you produce and you take everything. There must be a way of looking at the cost of input, so that you don't take it like, I've got 100 bags. We should be able to analyze and say that, okay, the cost of input that goes into this project is this amount. And then out of that, we are getting this. So that next year we can plow back that amount of money. That is not that every year we pick government of Ghana money from the Ministry of Agric budget and push into institutions. And they will take everything, and then another year they will come again. It's supposed to be a revolving fund, where we say, okay, for instance, the prison service, they have 6,500 or so acres we are talking about. If we are able to put all the input together and support them this year, then next year they shouldn't come to us. Or
they should make enough money.
They should make enough money, to be able to say that, okay, the only thing we need now is maybe agronomic support or technical support extension, because we've been able to produce a lot and we sold this quantity and we use this quantity. So this, at least for the input and operations cost, should be able to be kept for the following year. That is the argument I've always raised with them, that we cannot wait and every year you come and take our budget. No, because we have irrigation infrastructure to develop. We have other ways of improving the agriculture sector. So we can't buy input for you, support you, and every year we have to support you. That's not how it's supposed to work. There must be a business component of it, where institutions should know that the moment we make that investment in you, then every year there must be a revolving. So institutionally, most of the institutions in this country have come. We are dealing with University of Ghana. We are dealing with University of Cape Coast, University of Science and Technology. We are supporting all those institutions so that they can upscale their activities. Because most of those institutions, they will tell you they don't have money to buy input. They have the land available, but they have the expertise. But what they need is input. So if I provide the input this year, do I need to provide you the input next year?
No.
That concept must be understood.
So hypothetically, if we use the prison service as an example, there are 6,500 acres.
Yes.
If we say we are even using it to grow only rice.
Yes.
And they get a yield of 1.8 tons per acre.
Yeah.
Right. That's going to give them some 11,000 tons of rice.
Which is on the low side.
That's why I said hypothetically.
Yes.
And if they are selling it also on the low side for 6,000 cedis per ton,
yes,
they should be able to make 70 million Ghana cedis per season on rice.
Yes.
And so if you invest in them and they get the right irrigation and they can plant twice a year,
and that's 6,000 bags of 6,500 acres, let's even say 7,000 acres. If you are doing the proper
Well, I did tell you that the show will be live from the Environmental Protection Authority today. And why is that? Because Ghanaians consume more than 8 billion sachets of water every day, and it generates over 1 million tons of plastic, yet nearly 86% is improperly disposed of. And the result, as we know, is blocked drains, polluted waterways, rivers, beaches, contaminated soil. Now, we are live from the Environmental Protection Authority. I'm handing over right now to my colleague Emefa Akosua-Adeti. Now, this is what we've done. We've assembled policymakers and also change makers, stakeholders, to discuss the ban on certain plastics by 2027 by the EPA. We are discussing how this is going to pan out and if we have accessible and also affordable alternatives. We take you live now to the EPA.
Today for one matter, a lot of sanitation issues in our country. So I have a question for you. Ghana currently in a year will consume about 8 billion of sachet water. But the waste, where does it go? It's 6% of it. Have you wondered where that sachet water goes to? The Environmental Protection Authority has taken a keen interest about our sanitation, the use of certain plastics in our country. You recall that last year, the president made an announcement on the World Environment Day and said that they'll be phasing out certain use of plastic products in our country. Now, late May as well, the leadership of the Environmental Protection Authority also made that announcement that, well, next year, very early next year in January, we'll phase out the use of styrofoam. What does it even mean? How are you consuming it? How is it impacting your health? How is it impacting the entire environment? So today we thought, why not? The entire show is dedicated to that conversation. It is a policy framework, but how do you understand it? On the value chain, the stakeholders, how does it matter? There have been concerns raised about loss of jobs, about how it impacts the value chain. But today, we'd open up the conversation. What is the status of our environment currently? Where does the use of your plastic, the used one, where does it go? Are we talking recycling? How are our landfills looking in the country? We get all of that question. The leadership itself is here. We're in their office. So all I have to do is say, Prof, we're ready, and she'll be here to break it down. She'll give us the scope, how they intend to phase it out, and most importantly, the enforcement, which has been the biggest challenge in our country. And so we have a special package for our review segments today. It's a particular matter that has arisen so many years, and today we'll find some answers to it. And this morning, I'm joined by Madam Awolasewa. You know her already. She's always quite conscious about the environment, and it will not be different today. Madam Awolasewa is eco-conscious citizen, of course, and Dr. Johnny Ando Arthur is senior lecturer, social and community psychology. Thank you so much, Awola. Thank you so much, Doc, for joining us. So normally, I'll be in the studio fighting with NDC and NPP over policies and all of that. But today, all of that has been tweaked a bit. We want to understand the real issue. And I'll start with you, Olasewa. Just yesterday, we were on the show discussing what's happening at the Dinsu River. We're also discussing what's happening at the Oti landfill. We're also discussing what has happened at the Makati landfill. And you look at the field, and about 90% of it will be plastics. I recall, even late 2024, before Prof took over in 2025, her leadership, she mentioned that we have to start thinking about phasing out the single use of plastic. Today, the conversation has opened up. This morning, we want to open up the real issues in our environment. First of all, Ghana, how have we done? How well have we done in managing our sanitation, particularly plastic use? I'll start with you.
Predominantly plastic. So we have a real issue. And one of the things we don't do is to segregate our rubbish. In most countries, you have a particular bin for, let's say, plastics, something else for food waste, something else for garden waste. But we tend to put everything in one place. So eco-conscious citizens, for instance, we have 2 plastic receptacles, one at La, Asante Singh Gardens, and one at Maijo, the KB Asante Memorial Park. So community members can come and put their plastics in, and when the receptacle is full, CES Recycling comes and picks up the plastic. And it gets full very, very quickly. We have people coming from all over the place, airport, not just from the environs. So we find out that there's a need for it. So we have to have these receptacles in different areas. When there are parties, for instance, afterwards we can see all the waste. So we need to step up. And I think that we need to take a cue from the rest of Africa. If you look at East Africa in particular, they've been very strong on the ban of single-use plastics, especially plastic bags. You have to use biodegradable ones. And if I may end by saying that in Tanzania, for instance, one of the reasons why they stepped up the ban of single-use plastics was that they talked about the cattle. When they were slaughtered, they found that a lot of them had ingested plastics, which had been left lying around. So now they've stopped it. It's not just East Africa, I'm told Jamaica as well, Botswana. So if they can do it, there's no reason why Ghana, which is supposed to be the Black Star of Africa, if we are truly the Black Star of Africa, there's no reason why we can't do something as simple as banning single-use plastic. Remember, plastics are relatively new. In our parents' time, plastics were not there. When we're going shopping, when we're packaging our food, we knew what to do. So plastics is not something that we can't do away with. They're relatively new.
Okay. Well, Doc, let's really even look at it deeper. Has it been the use of it or the post-use of it? What has been Ghana's biggest challenge over the years?
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity. Well, I think that it's both, right? I think that we need to educate our citizens to really know how best to use these materials and also how to dispose them of properly, right, after use. I mean, I'm a psychologist and my interest is on mental health, all right, and the well-being of the people. And I am so interested in the various factors around us, our communities, our societies, and how they all impact our lives. Indeed, clean environment has a therapeutic value. All right, when we're in an environment that is very clean, an environment that is so optimal, right? I mean, it can even lower your cortisol level. Therefore, your stress levels will come down. All right, it can also boost your mood. All right, so I think that we need to program the minds of our people to know that the very way they are using these plastics indeed has a connection to their very survival and their well-being.
Okay.
All right, so we need to educate them basically on how to use it and also how to dispose of, waste. I mean, like what I was saying, you go to other countries, there is something that is ingrained in children right from the kindergarten. The kindergarten, so they grow with it. All right, there's a consciousness, all right, of how to live in a way that will enhance your own health. Therefore, nobody will want to do anything at all that will really impact his or her health negatively. So like she said, I, for instance, went out there for the first time. I had to learn how to sort my, refuse. I didn't know how to do it, but eventually became part of me. So I think that I personally am so happy that finally we have decided to take a bold step, in this direction.
Yeah.
And I believe that stakeholders, in the sector will all join, this call.
Well, many have said that, well, we've educated our citizens over the years. It would only be that when there's a flood or when the rains come, citizens then really appreciate the real impact of the use of these plastics. And because of my job as a reporter and as a journalist, we can't help but report the situation. If we're in the studio, then I'll show you the videos of what's happening at the Dinsu River, which supplies, some people say 50%, others argue that it's about 80% of our water here in this country. But it is filled with plastic. In fact, for the filth, if I want to segregate it, 80% of the filth is still plastic in different forms. It's not different from the landfill itself. In fact, when I looked at the data, it suggests that the landfills, the 17 landfills that were created in Ghana, they got filled in 10 years, which means that they served the purpose years ago and we're still using it. Just yesterday, we brought the story of the Makati landfill, the Oti landfill. It is so full. When we ban it, over the years, we ban things, but enforcement has always been the problem. Getting to the end of the show, of course, we have the stakeholders and those who understand the enforcement problem of it. But education, Doc says education. I think the EPA thinks that we've gone past education. That's why they're cutting to the chase and banning it. Will it work?
You see, what I would say, first of all, I agree with a lot of what my brother said. Remember when I started by not even thanking you for inviting us and saying good morning to our viewers. So please forgive me for that. Eco-conscious citizens is all about a clean, green, healthy, and serene environment. Because as my brother said, when you are in a beautiful environment, look at the Garden of Eden. God put us in a beautiful environment because that's when we thrive. Now, to come back to your question, I would say that enforcement is the best form of education. You see, when you tell somebody don't do something and they do it, and you just look on, they do it, you look on, what you're saying doesn't make any sense. But when you enforce, like a child, Kojo don't do something, Kojo does it. A little smack will let Kojo understand that this behavior, there are consequences. The problem with Ghana is that there are no consequences. So you cannot just say, I'm educating. Education, the best form of education is enforcement. So what we need to do is to begin to enforce. Remember the days when we had the town council. Remember the days when there was the town council, they used to come around. You see,
Ghanaians, we don't know what Aula is talking about. It's the tankers.
Yes. And there was a no-nonsense situation. You take him to court and you be found guilty. And so people, when they found out that their town council officials were coming, they'll be running helter-skelter to make sure their house was in order. Right now, they'll probably be thinking, maybe I can bribe him. What I'm saying is that there are no consequences. Look at the data. Find out how many people are actually being prosecuted. So there are different things we can do, but at the end of the day, we can keep on educating. If we're not prepared to enforce, I'm sorry to say it is a complete waste of time. We need to enforce. And what is happening about the landfills? In other countries, for example, I spent some time in the UK. Because the landfills everywhere we get food, that is why there's a big thing on recycling. And there are consequences. You need to recycle. So everybody recycles. So when you look at it, there's not much going to the landfills because the councils, they are taxed when the waste matter is taken to the landfill. So it's in their interest to make sure that virtually nothing goes there. So lots of things are recycled. So we need to take a cue from that and enforce. Zoom Lion needs to give different bins. So you know that this bin is for plastics, this bin is for paper, this bin is for food waste, and so on and so forth.
Okay, education seems to be playing a major role here. Well, since the announcement, the papers have been reporting. And Doc, when I come to you, I want to anticipate whether you have anticipated the problems that the EPA will be facing when they start to, roll out this policy early next year. But in reviewing the papers this morning, the Daily Democrat is reporting that plastic manufacturers warn of massive job losses over planned styrofoam ban. I'll just read a bit to you. The Ghana Plastic Manufacturers Association, whose operations stand to be significantly affected by the government's planned ban on polystyrene foam products from January 1, 2027, has appealed for an extension of the implementation timeline and comprehensive support package to cushion the industry from the anticipated impact. While the association says it supports the government's environmental objectives, In principle, it has expressed deep concerns about the short transition period, potential job losses, and fate of investments running into billions of cedis. I promise that for the implementation, we have the people who have gone into it and would come and discuss it. But Doc, are you concerned about the mental health of these workers?
Sure. I mean, we are witnesses to what happened during this banking sector crisis. People were abruptly thrown out of jobs, and I mean, I handled some of them, and I can tell you some of them really had negative mental health outcomes. Okay, depression, anxiety. Eventually, some of them even took their lives. All right. So I think that government must know that this policy, all right, can only work through collaboration. All right. You need to seriously engage stakeholders. You need to look at the consequences of the policy. At the end of the day, you are trying to more or less solve a problem, but if you're not careful, you are going to create another problem that will be much worse than the other one you are trying to solve. So it is important for this engagement to happen. I mean, look at the number of workers who are going to be affected. 40-something thousand. Look at so much money that had already been invested in this particular sector. You get it? But you see, we can actually make progress if we have these manufacturers really involved in this whole, policy. If they're not involved, I'm telling you, there will be serious opposition to this.
But it's not business. It's my business.
Yes, it's business. But see, what this tells you is that there was a time we normalized this plastic use. So it has been part of us. Government through legislations allowed companies to engage in this business. So we have normalized it. Then suddenly we want to change it. You see, it means that we are now shifting what behavior, shifting attitude, shifting lifestyle, and that cannot happen just within a day, just within some few weeks or months. It needs an engagement for every Tom, Dick, and Harry to come to appreciate really the seriousness of what we're talking about, and then get everybody on board as far as this particular policy is concerned. So for me, I'm concerned.
But the impact is not waiting. The impact, as I'm reporting to you, is not waiting. The manufacturing of it, the import of it, the distribution of it, the use of it, the impact is very real. I mean, how long can the EPA engage manufacturers? Because they are a smaller portion on the value chain. I mean, if you look at the value of how much they say the association is seeking a financial bailout. I hope Prof is somewhere here listening. Prof, let me read to you. As a newscaster, my job is to make it clear for you. They say that the association is seeking a financial bailout from government to compensate manufacturers for investments in plants, machinery estimated at 1.493 billion Ghana cedis. That is a lot of money. If you look at this demand, I don't know how much engagement of these manufacturers can calm them down to allow the EPA proceed with its planned banning. But earlier when I was coming to Aula, I mentioned that the impact of their work is present. It's not in the future. If you were in Prof's position, how will you mitigate this?
It's difficult. First of all, I have to say that I commend the government, I commend the EPA for taking this bold step. I think it's long overdue. We've been campaigning for a while for the ban of single-use plastic. And you see, we have to look at it holistically. First of all, these products, they are not even safe. Look at the health aspect of putting food in some of these containers. And I think we also have to look at the opportunities, because you've put here switch to eco-friendly alternatives. So they are alternatives. And yes, you can think of cushioning. And let's face it, the ban is not taking place with immediate effect. It's not with immediate effect. There's a bit of time for you to get on board. If they need a bailout, fair enough. But what I'm saying is that you never get them all on board. Because sometimes we're just thinking, I won't use the word selfishly, but we're just thinking of how it's going to affect me personally. We're not necessarily thinking of the bigger picture. So I think that this is something that, it is true, we have become used to it, but this is something that we must take the bull by its horns. And if other countries have managed it, we can find out how they managed it. It doesn't matter how much education you give. You're not going to get all the manufacturers on board. So you banned it, you're giving them some time, and we just need to get on with it. Because in the meantime, when there's flooding, people do die. People do get mental health concerns because of their houses being flooded, loss of property, and sometimes loss of life. We've talked also about the health concerns. So I think it's very important that we bear in mind the concerns of the manufacturers. But that shouldn't stop us. That shouldn't stop us from going ahead with it, because I think it's vital and it's long overdue.
Doug, why should the government concern itself, or why should the EPA concern itself? Because it's not just the use, the impact you get if you use this product. It is also the aftermath of what it does to the environment. But where should government really focus on?
Yeah, so I think that, again, the focus is on engagement. All right, there is something we call a consciousness reason. All right, sometimes you can normalize a certain lifestyle, a certain experience. You can internalize it, more or less accept it as normal. But you see, you need to engage a person to extend where the person now come to realize that, no, it's about time I changed my life. All right, I changed my lifestyle. Okay, so you give some time, like Yola is saying, government has given some time, all right? And then after hearing all the stakeholders and their inputs, all right, we all decide that at this particular time, we are completely banning it. After which, anybody who decides to do, you deal with the person, you let the law works, right? So I think that we can make a headway. I'm so happy because reading the story from the Ghana plastic manufacturers, they are for it. Interestingly, they are for this ban. You know, I mean, elsewhere you have people who strongly oppose such a move, but they are for it. But then, from what I heard from the story, I think it was abrupt. It was an abrupt announcement of a ban. I mean, from what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
So maybe
what will look like not abrupt?
Engage them.
So Doug, what will look like not abrupt? Because 2025 World Environment Day was when the president hinted. Then it took another year, nearly a year, a few days to the exact year was when the EPA boss also announced, and even said that they have to work on the policy framework, the implementations of it, and likely to phase it out in January. In fact, to be fair to the EPA, they're not banning all plastics at the same time. They're starting with the styrofoam, which it has an AKA, the takeaway. But have you eaten what you take away? So that they're indeed given a time. Yes. They are indeed phasing it out gently. I'm not a stakeholder in this conversation, but I cannot imagine how else the EPA could have done this.
Yeah, well, like I said, I mean, I believe that EPA may have engaged at some point. But then this critical stakeholder is also saying that maybe you can review your time a bit for us, just so the raw materials we have, investment we have made, at least, they will not go down the drain. So I think this is a legitimate concern. And for a government that listens to its people and want to really bring about the positive change, the research that we seek to bring on board, I think that it will not be out of place, all right, for government to really engage this critical stakeholder.
Okay.
And maybe listen to their concern. If it is the view that we should even just give them some extra time, all right, government can still do that. Like I said, after which nobody can have any legitimate, concern to say that I still need more time. Okay. So
I know you're shaking your head. I'll come to you, but my third guest, who sits on the Environment Committee in Parliament, who's a member of Parliament as well, is joining us. But I just know that the EPA didn't as well just start this. Honorable, it's good to have you. They didn't just start this. I understand that there was some engagement, and of course, we would engage them later in the next segment, and then they'll walk us through the steps so far, where they're headed and how easy it would go. But just finishing the story that the Daily Democrat is as well reporting would be that the EPA, after the 1.493 billion, the EPA, led by Chief Executive Officer Professor Nana Ama-Brown-Kluche, announced in May 2026 that it is taking steps to ban the polystyrene EPS film product as part of broader national efforts to improve environmental sanitation, safeguard public health, reduce plastic pollution, and promote sustainable development. The proposed ban covers all forms of EPS film products used in commercial and domestic activities, including takeaway, food containers, disposable cups and plates, film food packs used by restaurants and chop bars, packaging and cushioning materials, as well as polystyrene-based ceiling and insulation materials, foam mattresses, mattresses same way. Bedding products and other items as well. The move follows remarks. I already told you about that. But this is an expectation by associations, manufacturers. You don't expect that this decision will come easily. But the Honourable Member of Parliament has just joined us. Honourable Dixon Chedia is Member of Parliament for Brekum West. Honourable, it's good to have you. I know that you didn't predict yesterday. I know you love football, but it's good to have you after the excitement, staying up to watch the match and joining us in this conversation.
Thank you very much, Emefa. I actually predicted yesterday for a slim win, and regarding that. So permit me to use this opportunity to once again congratulate the technical team, the playing body, and the teaming supporters who thronged to the stadium to support Ghana Black Stars. You know, opening matches have serious bearing on the trajectory of the team's progression to the next stage. And with this win, I'm sure we're going to bet on that to face England and Croatia. I must admit, Emefa, the first 15 minutes actually gave me a lot of palpitations yesterday. And the first 45 minutes, first half was poor, but we grew in confidence in the second half and got the needed win. So congratulations once again.
Well, after the excitement, the reality still lives with us because you're going to drink from sachet water. And today somebody is going to buy wache in that takeaway bowl. I'm certain. Prof will get you. But, Prof, there are concerns by manufacturers that if this ban should proceed in the way it's headed, they might have some challenges. At the committee level, stakeholder engagement, what has really pushed governments to say that, well, EPA, proceed with the decision to want to ban this particular styrofoam? Well, for the purpose of the conversation, and those who are watching us, let me reduce it to the slang word that we have accepted, takeaway. Takeaway, okay. What was the policy idea behind it? Prof will come and explain, but I want to get into the minds of government and the policy, the committee that sat on this.
Let me begin by highly commending the EPA led by Prof for taking this bold initiative. I remember the announcement was made in 2025 on June 5th at the World Environment Day, where President declared his intention to have this law enacted. And the EPA has taken that bold initiative to proceed with the processes to ban, and effectively from January 1st, that will come into force. I want to highly commend them on that. Emefa, the truth of the matter is, in this country, when taking critical decisions, we dwell so much on the economic side at the neglect of the environment. But we should be very mindful that without the environment, nothing goes on. So economically, we may be hit, but there are alternative sustainable pathways that will also create jobs. So if we are phasing out this, there are alternative sustainable products that will come in and that will create jobs. So I think the manufacturers should start looking for those alternative sustainable products, because this is long overdue. Okay. A lot of countries have already taken initiatives, the likes of Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, even Somalia, South Africa, Nigeria. They've all taken initiatives to ban these products. So I think it is coming at a time that we should all build consensus to support this. It's a good thing, and I support it. As an environmentalist, when the emission levy came, because of the public uproar, then the government has to repeal, which personally I feel where lies the principle of polluter pays, if people who are polluting are not made to pay for that. So we should not be cowed into submission by the threats of manufacturers, by the threats of other stakeholders. What I want EPA to do is to broaden the stakeholder consultation, enhance the education, public education, but definitely we should not chicken out of this. And I don't think there is any need for any extension. We have 6 months to undergo extensive public education, and so that from January 1st, we can take off with this. Because if we look at the consequences, which I believe the other panel members have talked about, of public waste, they're so enormous, and the benefits thereof, banning such products, will be very good for us all. At the time, we're talking about climate change, we're talking about Ghana fulfilling our commitments in terms of our nationally determined contributions. We should take such initiatives. You know, plastics mainly are products of fossil fuel, and from the manufacturing throughout to its life cycle disposal generates a lot of carbon. So in terms of climate change, not only the marine pollution, not only blocking sewages and drains, not only having public health impact, it is also a major contributory factor to our carbon dioxide emissions from production throughout its use. So I think it's a decision all stakeholders, as you indicated, people will be looking at job losses, will be looking at the economics. But in the wake of all this, we should have a way. You talk about cutting fossil fuels and people think there will be job losses. But there are alternative pathways in the renewable energy sector where millions of jobs could also be created. So we should not look at that side alone. We look at the overall benefit for this country at the time environmental sustainability, at the time climate change issues, at the time we're talking about sustainable development goals. Countries like Ghana should be leading. And in fact, Ghana is at the forefront of climate environmental governance globally. And it doesn't sit well with some of us as global leaders advocating for environmental sustainability to still be entertaining these products. So I'm fully in support of the initiative taken by the EPA and by extension the decision of the government to have this affected.
When Doc was talking about the manufacturers and the impact, I saw that you were, saying that, let's just go, let's just get on with what we have to do.
Well, I mean, one is not saying that one is blind to the impact of them, but as Prof just said, at the end of the day, we have to look at the bigger picture. I can't say that what I'm doing is destructive, but because it's going to affect my pocket, it should go on. Every day that if you extend it, every day you extend it, the damage is being done. The damage to the environment, the damage to our water bodies, because they are not, So I think that Prof has said it all. We can't always put the economic aspect first. In fact, in the end, it's a bit of penny wise, pound foolish. Because at the end of the day, what happens is that the destruction that takes place, we're going to use more money to combat it. I mean, look at mining, for instance. We've had consultations upon consultations upon consultation. What have we actually achieved? So I think that enough time has been given. We should just go ahead. And my main concern would be the enforcement. Because we know that when it comes to this country, we have beautiful laws. Our problem is that we are allergic to enforcement. For example, it's already against the law to wrap your kenke and abolo in plastic. But lots of the times when you go to buy kenke, abolo, all sorts of things, even banku, it's in plastic. You go to functions and you see it's in plastic. There's no enforcement going on. So my concern is that it's brilliant. I commend the ban. But if we are not going to enforce it, then we won't have achieved that much.
Okay. But Doug, have you anticipated the economic benefit of this ban? Because they look at how much they will lose. But when the EPA is able to ban and enforce this, will we get some benefit at all?
Certainly.
Really?
We have all come to an agreement that this is something that is really not helping us. I mean, globally, Honorable was saying, Abula was also saying, a lot of countries are really banning this. I mean, just right here in Rwanda, all right, India, Costa Rica, quite a number of countries are banning this, right? So there's an enormous benefit we stand to gain. Like I said, if for nothing at all, the fact that you have a clean environment, I mean, nothing can be more precious than your health, in a very clean environment.
The manufacturers, do they know?
They know. So I'm saying that, you see, Emefa, this is not the first time we have done an attitude shift or behavior modification in Ghana. There was a time in 1974 where we had to change from driving from right to left. I don't think that we rushed that policy.
Okay.
There was engagement. There was sustained campaign. We had to change our city into Ghana City. Everybody at the time can still remember certain adverts that were run. All right, that eventually got us there. Even when the deadline was in fact, we got to the deadline, there was some grace period for people to still. So we can go back into our own history and see how we have done these things in the past. Just so everyone can be part of this campaign. Okay. Just so no lives will also be affected by way of throwing people out of work, closing people's work because of this. The consequences at least can be minimized. So I believe that there's a lot we can do. There's a lot we can also learn from my own history.
Okay. You're okay with the timeline, so
Well, I think.
In fact, you would want it now.
I'm sorry.
You would like it banned today.
Well, I think that enough time has been given from the time the president gave us the intention and from the time the law has been passed. And as I said, it's not with immediate effect. I'm not against things being done to maybe cushion it. But you can't say that I'm into something that is bringing negative benefit to the country and to the environment. But because it's going to cost me, let me carry on. You won't tell an armed robber to keep on robbing until, we're giving you some time. It doesn't work that way. Or the illegal miners, you can keep polluting the waters that we're all going to drink so we can all get kidney disease so that you can have time to find something else to do. It doesn't work that way. Rather, this is the time for opportunities to go invest into the alternatives. So if maybe money is required to invest into alternative, I don't have any objection to that. But I think we should stick to the timeline.
Okay.
We should stick to the timeline.
Okay, well, Honorable Awola Jog, there has been a lot of thinking that has gone into this policy decision and even the direction of it. And so today, as we are the Environmental Protection Authority, the CEO herself is here, would come and put it in a much deeper perspective. How much engagement has been done? What has been the thinking behind this decision, and why even start the decision with one particular product before we, grow it into other products and banning of it? And why even January? Like, why not tomorrow? Why not next 2030 or something? I want to know why she's in love with January particularly, and I'm certain you also want to know. This is the AM show. We're transmitting to you live from the EPA office here, like Baba office, like crying. So the information is fresh, delivered to you. So stay with me.
Bring the shit off fast.
Remember shit that your mama made. For home church, all of and watch it. Back to school.
But the shit on the hook me.
Enjoy homemade taste of shito always with Didi Shito. Carefully selected ingredients, no preservatives, no colorants. Didi Shito, if you do. This advert is FDA approved.
We are on a journey to making home ownership a reality. See where we are heading to. Our development by Nestus Homes is thoughtfully designed with eco-friendliness in mind, creating a modern and sustainable living environment. We are pleased with the progress so far, with several customers already booking their units in this growing community. A gated community located in a prime location in Tamakomti 26 offers you comfort, serenity, and access to major amenities, giving you the perfect balance of lifestyle, convenience, and investment options. This development provides not just a beautiful place to live, but also a valuable long-term investment opportunity. Take a look at our completed homes as we continue to bring this vision to life. We are gradually taking shape, and you still have the opportunity to be part of this elegant gated community. Reserve your unit today and secure a lifetime of comfort, value, and investment growth. Call and book a free viewing now with the numbers below.
Through every stage of life, let's go. Some things simply stay with us. The spirit of never giving up. A throwback to a bygone era. Love was service. The silent statement of love. A forceful gesture that deepens bonds, balancing work and life. Every drop refreshes, every sip hydrates, just as it should. I am awake, one for life. Drink water, drink awake. Supporting the National Cardiothoracic Center. This advert is...
Now let me tell you why you should choose Safari Valley as your conference destination.
The new conference building combines modern amenities with the tranquility of nature, providing the perfect backdrop for your next seminar and corporate retreat.
The only conference destination with so many activities, you don't have to travel to visit your tennis club, the gym, or the stables. They have it all.
Enjoy this rooftop viewing deck, basking in the sunlight with the sight of wild animals roaming freely in their natural habitat.
At my break, I'm able to practice my putting.
It's a unique experience that sparks creativity and rejuvenates the mind.
Visit Safari Valley Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
The International Sickle Cell Center, Ministry of Health, Ghana Health Service, and partners presents the 3rd Annual Sickle Cell Disease Conference 2026. Join policymakers, healthcare professionals, sickle cell warriors, caregivers, advocates, corporate Ghana, and partners on Friday, 19th June 2026 at the Tang Palace Hotel for a national conversation on the future of sickle cell care in Ghana. Theme: the current state of sickle cell disease in Ghana, progress made, challenges, and the way forward. Be part of the discussions, partnerships, and solutions that will drive better outcomes for people living with sickle cell disease. Registration is free. Register today. ISCC 3rd Annual Sickle Cell Disease Conference. Progress, action, impact.
One of the other things we intend to do is to ban styrofoam as a food packaging material. One of the most pernicious polluters is styrofoam plastic. When you go to buy your food and they put it in that white plastic something, you know, and then you finish eating, you just dump it. That is one of the biggest polluters. And so we're going to ban the importation of styrofoam plastics. We have to use paper packaging or aluminium foil for packaging our food. And so I'm informing the manufacturers and importers of styrofoam with the Ministry of Environment. Soon we're going to ban the importation of styrofoam and production of styrofoam in Ghana. Our food packaging will be made from paper and also from aluminium material. Fellow Ghanaians, the journey from landfill, fellow Ghanaians, it sounds very familiar, yeah?
Video of the president speaking in 2025 on World Environment Day and hinting about this policy. Now, the implementer of what the president has envisioned is the EPA, and the EPA has a CEO who has put together a presentation on how the thinking that went into it, the policy direction, how they'll phase it out, and a little bit later when I get to sit with her, we'll also talk about why she's starting off with a styrofoam and how it will now widen into other areas in terms of implementation. When we're done, we'll definitely talk about enforcement, which is one of Ghana's biggest problems. But Professor Nana Ama-Brown-Kluche is CEO of the EPA, and the woman is standing on her feet herself and is going to tell you what the implementer of this policy would be doing and the rationale behind this policy. Prof, always a pleasure when I get to talk to you. I hope you're well.
Very well, thank you. And thank you for having me here, and good morning to your listeners and viewers. I want to start with what EPA is about, our mandates, and why we do what we do at EPA. So we are governed by an Act 1124, 2025, that spells out our mandates. And we are supposed to regulate, to protect, coordinate, and exercise overall general oversight on all matters about climate change and the environment. So if we say we coordinate with other institutions, we go on the field to do protection of the environment, coordinate activities around the environment and all of that. So this topic we are on now, the ban on styrofoam, is one of the way to protect the environment, which is our work. And we are coordinating with other institutions as well as in what we do in protecting the environment. So this is our main mandate. Doesn't move?
To help Prof to move to the next slide.
Can I move to the next slide? Yeah. Yeah. So the next slide talks about what we actually do. Key activities. Doesn't work. It was working from the other side.
Let's check.
Yeah.
This is okay.
Yeah. So our key activities include permitting, which again, we have an ally in the Act that supports how we do the permitting. So all activities, all undertaking that impact on the environment. So the production of the polystyrene, it impacts the environment. So if you, in the past or until now that we announced the ban, in your production, you have to come to EPA for a permit that gives you conditions under which you have to produce these polystyrene or styrofoams. We do chemicals management, so we give license for importation, the usage, and the sale of chemicals in the country. We do environmental quality management, ensuring that the air is clean, water is clean. I know you will come to that eventually on the water. The land is not degradable as the way we say it. We do compliance monitoring and enforcement, ensuring that people are doing their things right. We do waste management, laboratory services, climate change and ozone. We do environmental education, reclamation of land and water restoration. So these are generally our key activities. So now on the main topic on the ban of polystyrene foam products in Ghana. Of course, the effective date is still 1st January 2027. That is not changing. So that is the big announcement in the room. I need to inform you, you already mentioned the president's announcement on 5th June and during the World Environment Day. Before 5th June in February, I had also made that hint immediately I took of office that we're working on banning single-use plastic. This polystyrene is a way to start. One, we see this as easy to start with. The plastic economy is a complex one. We have the plastic management policy passed in 2020 through the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology. So we have that already that is guiding what we're doing. We're starting with polystyrene, we call styrofoam in some cases, and then the normal one we know in Ghana is the takeaway packs. So we feel this is easy. This, we need to deal with it immediately. I've heard stories that the time for the ban or complete ban is short, but we should also understand that since 2020, or even before 2020, we've been talking about the banning of plastics. We're not going deep straight into all plastic forms, but we are starting slowly, gradually, or I would say gently with this. We need to protect the public health, we need to protect the environment. We have possibility of using alternatives to these packages. And so these styrofoams they are not biodegradable. They are petroleum-based, and also as EPA, because we have climate change decks sitting here, we also working on stopping or minimizing the use of fossil fuel. But we know also that this is from fossil fuel or petroleum-based. This is chemically stable, which means it doesn't even change forms again chemically after it has become this product. On the environment, these breaks into microplastics that hurt the environment, human health, plant health, animal health, and even marine health as well when they find themselves into our waters and ocean. On the environment, because it's non-biodegradable, they persist for decades and they don't degrade at all. It's when in little or smaller forms, it's easy for wind to blow it off. If you see these smaller sizes, it's easy for wind to blow it off, and even the whole takeaway pack is still light enough for wind to blow it off around. So it litters easily around our environment, and it is difficult to recycle this, and it is costly to recycle it. We have health concerns about this. It's when you put hot food or drink in these polystyrene, they leach, and what gets into the food that we consume can give us cancer and other related diseases. This poses long-term health risk on us. So when it burns, you know, in some places they actually burn as part of the urban burn, which EPA has equally banned. They release toxic fumes into the environment. Smoking, the smoke gets into the environment, and inhaling that also gives you health problems. These are highly inflammable. The reason we are equally banning the mattresses and the ceiling, the one they use for the ceiling. They are all products that UT&J, they use this polystyrene for the ceiling materials as well, because they are highly inflammable, and that is equally not good. The scope of the ban, the value chain, we are looking at the production, importation, distribution, sale, and use. So all through the value chain, this is banned. We have a ban on the types as well. Can I go to the next? Yeah. So in the products, we have for food packaging, we have disposable cups, plates, foams, mattresses, all the common usage of these polystyrene that we use are banned. We have exceptions for health usage of these, because some of these products are also used for health products, packaging and all of that. So those are restricted at the moment, but with the ban, the general ban has all these as parts of the ban. We have options for alternatives. You can use glassware, paper, packaging. I was happy to see the permit application from Ghana Rubber Company Limited. They are into paper packaging now. And so we encourage companies, in all our stakeholder engagement, we encouraging alternatives, that companies should prepare to move towards using alternatives. Yes, I've heard during our engagement, they made some requests for time, which we cannot give. We made requests for support for government, for their equipment. We have engineers that can repurpose their equipment now that they use to using it for other products like the paper packs. You can use plant-based fiber to make other packaging products and other products that you normally use with styrophones to as part of what they do. We have the Ghana Heavy Metal Equipment Limited that supports equipment in the country. We have Free Zones Authority that supports equipment. We have also the Ghana Export and Promotion Company also supporting equipment in the country. These are all government institutions that provide such support. So we will have collaboration with them in providing this support for companies that need them. And we believe that transitioning to the alternatives will not be as difficult as we normally discuss it. So our next ban is going hard, much harder on ourselves. So the sachet, the bottle, the water bottles, the PET bottles, plastic plates, spoons, cups, polythene bags, and all of that are going to be our next. So as I said earlier on, we're doing it in phases. We know we need to have behavioral change. We need to engage a lot of Ghanaians, now stakeholders, the producers, the users, the transporters, the importers, all of those in the value chain. We need to educate, engage, and all of that. Whilst we hinting that this is coming, we are starting with the polystyrene stylophones, takeaway packs, will be a thing of the past come January 1st, 2027. Thank you very much. We say bye-bye to these packs.
Well, of course, we can be kind with the applause. Okay. So I'm certain that you have heard the applause from the audience here. We'll be taking questions at some point on the show. And I also invite you to send in your question. It can be via all of our social platforms. Send it to me and I'll read it. Prof herself is here. So it won't be like you sent me the question and I didn't ask her. She's here. So send it and then I'll ask you. Prof, I have plenty questions because this is your bye-bye. I really have plenty questions. You're watching the AM show live from the Environmental Protection Authority head office here. You want to stay with me. When we come back, I'm going to have a sit down with Prof herself before we go into the next phase of how it will be implemented. Stay with us.
Law affects everything, your job, your home, your rights. But for many, the law feels distant, complicated, full of big words and bigger confusion, legal jargons, constitutional twists, hidden loopholes. And sometimes what seems simple is far more complex than it appears.
Even if he's a tenant, but he conducts himself as if he's the owner, he has automatically stated to you that you are no more the owner.
That's why there is the law, a program designed for you to break it all down, to explain, to clarify.
The ends of justice are that the outcome must be fair, it must be conscionable, it must be equitable, and it must be just.
The law, it's your legal lights, it's your health law. On Joy News, independent, fearless, credible.
were living in one of the pavilion behind. Later that we had this new building. Then we now moved to the new building.
You did a lot. They have come here and asked us, and they have continued our 6-unit classroom building.
A lot has changed. After documentary, we had 60 tables and chairs, then a 10-bedroom teacher accommodation.
We have never been fair to these young children. The children are suffering. We applied for school feeding, which will have also helped to increase the enrollment.
The impact has been great in terms of enhancing duty bearer responsiveness, in terms of responding to the infrastructure needs, in terms of teacher availability. We are seeing that there's progress.
By midday, the day has spoken, stories have broken, events have unfolded.
We call on governments and cocoa board to pay our cocoa farmers immediately.
Now it's time to take stock. This is Joy News Today. As it happens, as it matters to you, from Accra to every region, from Parliament to the courts, our correspondents are on the beat, bringing you the latest developments, verified facts, and the context behind the headline.
This authority is just going to be job for the men. This authority will not affect the suffering unemployed youth.
On Joy News Today, there are no fragments of speculation, but a clear picture of where the country stands right now.
Because of Galamsey, Ghanaians voted against NPP for NDC to come and do better. But the better now, no, and
so you can stay informed, stay connected, and stay ahead. Join News Today on Joy News. Independent, fearless, and credible.
For many, success is defined by one path, the white-collar dream.
I want to be a software engineer. I want to be a banker.
But when that door doesn't open, does it mean your story is over?
No, because there are other paths.
Paths built on passion, creativity, and courage.
From season 1 to 3, we've met dreamers who turned rejection into redirection.
They wanted to silence me.
And built success beyond the titles.
As the general manager for Kina Pharma, I felt this challenge right deep that I should work in the area of my gifting. I started writing.
Now, season 4 is here.
New stories.
Remember one kid who walked into my class and looked and said, "You are from Africa, right?" And I said, "Yes, that's why you are so black."
Deeper lessons.
I haven't been to sixth form, I haven't been to university. So everything that you hear me do, I've learned on the job.
More proof that the trail doesn't end when the white-collar job door closes.
I did attend an auditioning for Emirates cabin crew members, but I was not selected.
This is not just a show, it's a movement.
The Career Trail Season 4 with Irene Edubia-Eni shows every Saturday at 4 p.m. on Joy Learning TV and 6:30 p.m. on Joy News.
The Career Trail, your success journey begins here.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us this morning. It is an EPAAM show, and thank you so much for staying. We've been talking about the decision that started from 2025 all the way till now. It's almost becoming a reality, and we have just about 6 months for you and I to adjust, because you heard Prof say that, well, it will be bye-bye, and she's not changing the date and all of that. So my job here is to help you adjust small and see how we all will carry through till early next year. And Prof has been making a presentation on the decision that went into it and all of that. But Prof, thank you for staying with us. If you don't know, Prof is the boss of EPA. My question will be, there are many products that I like to think are quite harmful to us and the environment as well. Why did we prioritize the styrofoam first? Why?
Thank you. So the general idea is to ban single-use plastics. And we're starting it gently, slowly, because we believe that Ghanaians will need time to adjust. Companies will need time to change to alternatives and to stay in business. So we start with styrofoams, polystyrene, takeaway containers.
What's the difference? Prof, and she speaks plenty science. There's polystyrene. Is it from that one that will get the
So the polystyrene is I would say the scientific name, or it's more broader.
Like it's the mother.
It's the mother. Let's say it's the mother. So styrofoams is what we get a takeaway from.
Okay.
But polystyrene, you get into the ceiling, the T&J, that level of hardened type of styrofoam.
Okay.
Yeah. So they are all the same products or the same family of products.
Okay.
So the cups, the spoon, no, we don't get spoons from there. So the cups, the bowls, the mattresses, the ceiling materials and all of that are all in that category which we want to ban. So we're starting with this because, especially with the takeaway, the one that we use for packaged food, when we have hot meals in those ones, it leaches, and so we get some liquid out of these containers. When we take it in, it has high health risk on us. And so some cancer, it's related to some cancer, some neurological diseases and all of that are related to such leach from this hot meal that we put in these styrofoams.
Okay.
And so that's one aspect. The other aspect is the impact on the environment. They are not biodegradable. So when they get into the land, they don't mix up easily with the soil. You easily can see it, and it hurts plant growth. It helps marine environment, and it hurts the land as well. And so we have decided to ban this first because it's much easier. And this is also, it's not recyclable, very expensive to recycle. When you burn, the fumes is also toxic to human health. And so considering all of these on this, we feel we should start with this. And it's also easy to get alternatives to this, especially for the packaging. Easy to get the alternatives to the glassware, paper packaging, and all of that. So that's where we're starting from.
So in simple terms, it's not just the takeaway we won't be seeing from 1st January. The polystyrene, the products that come from that as well.
Yes.
Okay.
So there's the range of the materials or products from polystyrene. We have the T&J type. I don't know if it's exactly T&J, but the ceiling material, the mattresses. Some are coolant, like cooling of food or warmer of those bigger containers. They are all part of the products that we are banning.
But Prof, we've been eating in takeaway for years.
Yes,
we're not complaining.
Remember, we started from somewhere. We used to go with our own bowls to buy wache. We go and get these wache leaves that we use, and other product or glassware or glass bowl that we use. Takeaway containers came at some point, and we all went into it. Now it's time to take it off our economy.
Today, what will be your next step after this big announcement? I know you have announced it, But I think somebody is watching this one and say, Prof, Nenya Bro. So
yes, so we've been doing stakeholder engagement. We'll continue to do the stakeholder engagement, the producers. From today, our next big campaign will be in the market, sensitizing the market women who buy and sell on the ban. Because we believe that this campaign must get to the doorstep. When we start the enforcement from January 1, we're not going to be leaving anyone out of this. There are not going to be exceptions. So we need to get this to get to everyone. We'll soon start running adverts on TVs, and I hope you are going to help us run this. This is not coming from EPA. This is coming from the president. So this one, it's a national assignment. We all have to get involved in it. So we believe that Joy TV will help us with all your other media houses, will help us with this campaign so that it will get into the people. People will get to understand why we need to ban, the health impact, the environmental impact, the need for the ban, and then the alternatives that we want to also give out there.
What form and shape will this ban take? Is there a policy document so that I can see how much committed the president and, of course, you, the implementer, is to this campaign?
Yeah, we already have the plastic management policy that was passed in 2020. So it's been in the system. You're only implementing it now. Since 2020, this is 6 years on. And then President did the announcement in last year during the World Environment Day. And then today, we have put out the notice of the ban, giving an effective date. Between now and that January, we're going to do adverts, stakeholder engagement, ensuring that everybody gets to hear of it. And everybody has to do what they have to do to get this out of the country. So that is what we're going to be doing. We're going to be very intentional and very aggressive on the campaign.
I mean, usually when you're talking about a campaign, it's much when you've experimented it yourself, you're able to tell your experiences and all of that. A little bit told me that you have some nice practices that happens here at the authority. What'd you do?
Yes, so one of our activities in protecting the environment is to do enforcement. So we permit companies or undertaking, anyone who is doing something that has impact, some level of impact on the environment, whether whatever you are doing affect the air, the land, the water, or our general environment, we give permits and we give conditions as to how to go about the work that you want to do. So let me give you one example with cement companies. So we permit cement companies and we give them conditions how they should even package the cement to sell. In 2023, EPA placed a ban on cement companies packaging their products in woven plastics. So now they're supposed to use only paper for their packaging. So from that time, we gave, again, timelines, a hard deadline. Beyond that, we went on enforcement to ensure that all companies are using paper packaging. And if you are not and using the woven plastic, we place a penalty on you to pay a penalty, or we confiscate what is there, or both, or we close down your factory. So it depends on the level of violation that we come to find, we can place that. So we'll do the same with the polystyrene.
Prof, so over here, your workers, do they eat in takeaway?
No. So, yes, so we said charity begins at home. Whilst we put the announcement out there, we had internal communication on that. So no staff of EPA buy food in takeaway packs to eat. Well, not at EPA offices. If they do it in their homes, then they can equally have the same deadline as we have January 1st. But in EPA, it's a no-go area.
How easy or difficult has that been for them?
No, they understand. They are the environmental enforcers, so they ensure that that is done. So we are also looking at ourselves. You can see there's a water dispenser there. We use paper cups to fetch our water to drink. Sometimes we are tempted, especially when we are doing engagement with our visitors, instead of to say, go and fetch water to drink, we provide these water bottles, the PET bottle water for them.
Which you eventually,
But we are working on it to eventually also get our visitors to learn how to use water dispensed with paper cups.
But isn't it nice when you drink the water from that paper cup? Isn't it nice?
Oh, it's the same. It's the same water.
It's the genuine consent, right? I'm sure you're happy I asked that question. Well, we'll get into the enforcement part, but Prof, what do you anticipate will be your genuine challenge in this policy announcement?
So the usual pushback from Ghanaians, but we know that if we hit or we target the supply or the sources, the importation is one. We have offices at the ports of entry now, and so we have eyes there at the ports of entry. That is one way because there are importers, and then there are producers in the country. So if the sources are curtailed, we believe that it will not get even into the market. We also know that some have some of these products in their warehouses, and a lot that may not even transcend beyond the 1st January. But then the announcement is out. Where you don't get to use before the time, you can bring it to EPA for a safer disposal of these products. We have disposing sites at one at Tema and then one at Kumasi. Huge areas you can bring your unused product or even used product anyhow to us. We'll do the disposal for you. We don't allow burning of the polystyrene, any product of it. We don't allow burning. In fact, we don't allow open burning in any way. We use incinerators, that is emission controlled, to do our disposal.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm going to let Prof go, but Prof, where's Prof's camera? Over there in the corner there. Because my aunt to be somewhere, my mother be somewhere, say, Prof, what is the concern about this? But you just look into that camera and speak to the hearts of Ghanaians to at least make it easy for us to implement this.
Yeah, dear Ghanaians, I believe this will be a difficult journey for us, but it will be to our own benefit. For our health, for our environment, we can make Ghana cleaner than what we have. We can make especially the capital a place for tourism, a place for people to want to travel to see what we have done. We have seen this case in Tanzania. We have seen it in Rwanda. We travel to see how Rwanda has done it. And we believe that as a country, Ghana, which leads in many, many, many things in Africa, we can do it and do it even better.
Prof, special request. What's the other kind of fantimu?
Okay. Yo, mitia me It's the Environmental Protection Authority, EPA. There's an announcement out there. In the Akosua January 2027. 1st January, actually, 2027. Yempedi who take away containers bio. Wahen mayi muhen country ha. Yempedi obia 20 bio. Yempedi obia use DDD and all the before bia. Even about that don't want bio how was a mattress. Yempedi obia use bio because it just can also on tentam or tashi shoe fie. It's nyina no yepede no dutwa. Na he man no mu ye fel usana take away containers no so. Oko abana na if it is outside. Oh, yan environment. Onye ahwea emfra nti iduazo baby ibida adno ntum mfifiri ye. Oh, yan insukwan or block yan waterways into all flooding. Oba baby nya adwene ponda there obotum nsu eyiri yan wo ho. Nti yasra Ghana funina ye nyina ye nya aso yan fama yan president His Excellency John Dramani Mahama was a hand there, yen EPA, yes, in the above the Ghana, Ibia, Suede, and Bra, why be you do? Now ye take away ye day if you hope, and I'm master.
Prof, and that's it. Ukro Mufunina, when you are papa, and I have my that's part and yes, last day at easy. Come on. Well, you want to stay with us, as I told you this morning. It is an EPA AM show dedicated to that decision from the president to the implementer. We'll get to the technical part. You're probably worried how the form and shape the enforcement will take. We've got the technical officers here. You want to stay with us? We'll get into all of that after. Prof, thank you so much. Please stay with us.
People look in envy at Rwanda, Malaysia, and Singapore. What it took to get them where they are we prepared to do that? Singapore still has corporal punishment, but all the human rights lawyers are in Ghana though.
When Akufo-Addo was in power, do you know how we hold in neck? But there is a new political party in power, a new sheriff in town. I will not be boxed into submission.
No matter how much money you give to a poor mind, they will go back broke.
If I have to sleep with somebody for my rent, sleep with somebody to get a car, sleep with somebody who's going to give me the dress, are you not tired?
Neutrality about journalism is a fallacy. You cannot be a football fanatic and say that you are neither Kotoko or Hearts.
Your mom is in the kitchen and you're like, I have rehearsal, so you won't help mommy cook. We're going to have an audacious sister who doesn't know how to cook.
Wow.
Talk, no, they cook rice.
And when do children go to school and when don't children go to school? Yeah, bomba. It's our Columbia classes.
You don't always have to win when it comes to pageants or competitions.
You don't always have to win.
You don't always have to
but
win.
You entered because you wanted to
Exactly.
When I find somebody saying, my boss didn't like me, that's why I left. It's weird because we are constantly looking for very competent workers and we don't want them to leave.
Where do you get this love to give?
That's a very deep one.
For some of us, we don't have anybody to confide in. So the next person is the wrong person.
No matter how we feel like we are superstars or we're artists, we're human. I will never be able to please everybody.
My dad left when I was a little younger, but of course, to work for us.
Mine abandoned my mom. Yeah. I was not even 1 year old when this happened. So the only image of him I have is a picture.
I opened the door to his room. And the man that I've been eating with, the man I've been dancing with, he was lying on a stretcher.
Everything has meaning, but not everything is as it seems. For every story told, there are versions of the truth.
We can't afford to look at this, the numbers that have been presented, and say, we are tired, it's the same old issue. No, somebody should be prosecuted.
Every opinion can be debated. Every claim can be challenged. Even the idea of the national interest can and must be interrogated.
This is the date it was. This was the date it was printed from the system.
That is what
What is he talking about?
Because sometimes the real facts are buried deep within layers of interpretation. So we ask the harder questions. We test every claim. We raise the standard of public discourse and place every issue on the altar of unbiased scrutiny. This is Newsfile, your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first.
We stand beneath it. What are you doing?
Newsfile with Samson Ladi Anyanini. On Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible.
Teenage pregnancy is stressful. It is world war.
Dreams are paused, futures rewritten, and childhood replaced with the heavy responsibility of raising a life.
They impregnated her, and at the end of the day, when she came, she was HIV positive.
This is not just a story of motherhood, it's a cautionary tale.
Your friends will laugh at you at that time because nobody expects you to get pregnant at that time. You get that reactions from the nurses when you go to the antenatal. Some of you will go like Akosua, so they walk off.
Too Young to Mother on Joy News.
Well, thank you for staying with us. This is the EPAAN show special, live on the Joy News channel. We've heard from stakeholders. We've as well heard from the CEO of the EPA. Let's get into the operations and technicality of this ban that the government has envisaged. And this morning, I'm joined by Professor Ayamga Michael. He's no new person to your screens here on Joy News. He is Deputy CEO in charge of operations. I am also joined by Lovely Sapon. He is Acting Director, Chair of African Group of Negotiators on Plastic Treaty. I'm also joined by Letitia Abra Inkum Nyaba, Acting Director, the Ghana National Cleaner Production Center. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me here. Well, Prof, we've had a lot of conversations, of course, people tuning in their mind to it. But the success of this ban will largely depend on enforcement. Give me a clear picture of how the enforcement will look like when it takes effect in January.
Yes, thank you, and good morning to Ghanaians. It's been 2 years in the making, and we think that by the time we enforce this ban in January, it will be 2 years. So the pushback from industry that is quite short, we think is an argument, yes, we want to listen to, but we also think that the time is sufficient enough for adaptation. Our enforcement is not going to be a crew type going down and smashing doors and closing things. We have been engaging, and we are going to continue on that trajectory. We are going to look at two sides. There is of course, the supply side, which we are focusing on with the bans, the enforcements, and of course, when the time comes, we'll tighten entry points into the country for raw materials used in this. We'll also go around the industries to enforce, maybe from penalties to closing down of these industries. We'll get there, and we're not going to stop. But one key driver is the battle for mines. We believe that if we are also able to tackle the demand side of plastics, that is through education, through awareness creation, there will be voluntary withdrawal from styrofoams, and if the supplies, if the demand dwindles, the supply will follow suit. If people shift to alternatives voluntarily, what we expect to see is that industries would follow the lead and then retool. So we are looking at those alternatives. And as the CEO indicated, we'll take this campaign to the markets, we'll take this campaign to the studios, and we'll take this campaign also to our everyday life, to social media, to ensure that Ghanaians are made more aware of the dangers of using styrofoam products. We need to also look at the other side of this, that we've heard industry talk about the importance, the jobs that will be created, but there are opportunities in green and circular economy that the retooling is actually going to create these jobs, open up the sector, and allow even for more innovative use of agricultural waste, food waste, and other things. And we believe in the end it's going to balance out if we are not even going to benefit more. So I strongly believe that if we don't just stand against this and protest and take the usual stance that the time is not long enough, eventually we are going to benefit. We agree that industries need to retool, but in other places, if President Donald Trump makes a statement in the evening, the next day the markets follow lead. Presidents speak policy. If the president made a statement 2 years ago and a ban is taking effect, if industry does not adjust, I don't think that 10 or 11 years will make any difference. So there's that attitudinal, let me say, disregard for law and order in the country, and that is the aspect that we want to discourage. But we admit that yes, there are going to be some challenges, but they are surmountable.
I would go to Letitia. When I come back to you, Prof, where do you anticipate the biggest challenge, the supply point or the end user point, when I come to you operational wise? But Letitia, for the work you do, the National Cleaner Production, let me in on the role you intend to play and how this policy direction actually came to you, how you took it, how you received it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Emefa, and thanks for the opportunity. Good morning to our viewers and our listeners. Now, the Ghana National Cleaner Production Center was set up by the Environmental Protection Authority mainly to promote resource efficiency and cleaner production, sustainable consumption and production. And when you are doing that, you are looking at materials, products. For example, if we thought about the end-of-life management of polystyrene, for example, we wouldn't have chosen it as a raw material for our products because we knew that the end-of-life management was going to be problematic. Its impact on the environment, its impacts on health were issues that would have taken it out completely and then would have looked for more sustainable materials to work with. So at the Cleaner Production Center, we look at the entire life cycle of a product, from design to sourcing for the material, to extraction of material, to production, to use, and then to end of life. So that I ask myself, before I start anything, when I do this product, at the end of life, can it be used by another person? Can I take components from it and use it to form something else? Can I recycle it?
Yeah.
Can I recover value from it? Will it biodegrade? Will it impact negatively on them? So that is what we do. Then we also look at eliminating toxic raw materials from our product as well. We look at renewables as well. And then we look at operations. In your process of even producing a product, do you impact negatively on the environment? Are your operations efficient? Are they environmentally sound? So these are the things we look at. So for us, it is a good call. It is an opportunity for us to rethink how we look at our resources and go back to resources that we say mimic nature, so that it follows the natural cycles and we know that their impact will be minimum or eliminated completely. So, like Prof. Ayamga said, this is an opportunity for innovation. This is an opportunity for us to go back to what our grandparents, our great-grandparents used to do. And you said, oh, the paper cup, is it nice? But we used to drink water from calabashes.
Yes, and I had pots.
Yes,
F-pots.
Coolers, we used to call them coolers when we were children. And so they and the water had a flavor.
You do that?
Yeah. So let's rethink and see how we can take on those cultural practices that were part of it, and then look at the economic and the business parts that we can scale them to give us the benefits that we need. So for me, I see opportunity to create awareness. I see opportunity to train. I see opportunity to even go back to our local artisans, technicians, our technical universities who design equipment and other things to support this initiative. That way we grow our economy, we provide jobs, the environment is protected, and our health is also protected.
It's good you talked about the impact on the environment, and you as well talk about the impact on our health. Because of the work you do, when I come back, paint a better picture of the impact we'll get on the environment and even on our health when I come back to you. But let me come to Mr. Sapon. This policy cannot sit in isolation. It cannot be in the vacuum. It must sit in the bigger picture. I mean, the treaties that are going on, especially in our use of plastics, ECOWAS level, African Union, the global stage as well. If you look at this policy, will it fit in? How does it sit in the bigger picture?
Thank you very much, Emefa, and thank you to your viewers. Yes, in fact, this story didn't start today. If you look at plastics by its very nature, it's cheap, very versatile, and so its use became very popular. And so it's the rate at which we used it outstripped the way we manage it. So eventually it became a problem. When the plastic gets to the end of its life, it can stay in the environment for over 500 years.
Hey.
So this thing has been noticed long ago. This has been noticed long ago, and individual countries have responded. But the issue of plastics doesn't sit with only one country. The problem is transboundary. So country A responds, and the impact could be visited on country B. So it's important that we manage it in a global sense. Because if one country manages it alone, it will not have any significant impact. And so as far back as 2021, at the UNIA meeting, Ghana, together with a number of countries, Norway, Ecuador, Vietnam, and Germany, put up a strong statement calling for global action on plastic pollution. And so in response to that, in the March 2022, at UNIA, there was a resolution 514, that called for an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including the marine environment. The same resolution also established an INC for an international negotiation committee to develop that treaty. So in response to that, the AU, the African Union, in the Amsterdam, the Ministerial Conference on the Environment, established an AGN. The AGN is the African Group of Negotiators to ensure that in developing the treaty, Africa's needs are taken into consideration. So once they established the Union, they also asked the UN to provide every support Africa will need to ensure that Africa is social change. And fortunately, Ghana was selected as the chair of the AGN. And the INC has been meeting since 2022. We've had about 5 meetings. Unfortunately, the last draft treaty which was developed, we rejected it because we thought it wasn't responding adequately to the management of plastics properly. So the conversation is going on. And you mentioned at the ECOWAS level. At the ECOWAS level, ECOWAS also responded by developing a regulation. So as we sit now, there's a regulation, an ECOWAS regulation that helps to regulate plastics. Regulation 5 of that regulation actually is in line with what we are doing now. It bans single-use plastics and also bans the burning of plastics in the environment. So this thing sits perfectly well in the international area.
When you peel back, after I've gone to Prof and I come back to you, when you peel back, it sounds as though the ban has only positives. Do you anticipate any negative impact in our neighboring countries? Because as you take a decision as a country, you as well want to see how it sits in the bigger picture, if not globally, at least in the enclave of Africa. When I come back to you, if you tell me what you have looked at. But my concern really, we're all going to be hit, but I think some people will be hit than some others, right? what point, operational-wise and technically, what point are you going to muscle up more, at the supply point or the end-user point?
I think we'll focus on them equally, because we admit that the pushback is going to be more from the supply side, because industries have always kicked against this ban. And that is why we have adopted a phased approach. And we are going for the low-hanging fruits, starting with styrofoams and giving them time to adopt. So we still think that they're going to be pushing back a lot from the supply side. They already talked about the need to compensate them and to provide supports. And I'd like to also at least say the CEO outlined various sources that you could go in for some kind of support going forward, from the free zones to the environment, the export promotion, enterprise development. So there are so many alternatives for industries to seek support. One thing we are not talking about is the cost dimension of it, and that we are spending close to $6 billion managing profit annually, plastics annually. That is the key issue. So if they are talking about 400 million or so, we are talking about $6 billion in cost of just managing plastics in Ghana here. Annually. Is that huge? So we think that those savings are, if we get those savings and redirecting those ones into livelihood development, creating more economic opportunities, the impact of this withdrawal, yes, initially we will feel it, but going forward, they are going to be minimized. We think that with that, industry can retool, and I think quite quickly to handle this ban that is coming. What we need to stress, and I need to support my CEO here, is that we are not even considering tweaking this timeline. It is cast in steel. In January, we'll stop single-use plastics. I think that is the way to go. It's a low-hanging fruit, and we think that the alternatives are quite available. We do it in the authority here. I even forgot, since I came here, that I have not been eating food in plastics. And the first time I was told about the dangers of styrofoams, I got shocked here. Don't get shocked. I'm a professor, but I didn't know. So many people do not know, and we think that if we educate, if people get to know that anytime you are eating your hot water from a takeaway package, you are equally taking in substances that are largely carcinogenic, and you could be dealing with cancer maybe in the short term or later in life. I think that the demand side will go down and will eventually succeed. So I think the pushback will be from industry. They complain. But as I said, the EPA is positioning itself well to enforce. In the last 2 years, we have embarked on compliance like never before. All around we are enforcing. So we are also improving in our game in terms of compliance and enforcement. We are currently working to increase our presence and visibility at the ports and various points of entry. And
EPA itself.
Yeah, EPA itself. At least I think by let me say some words from Fiat, EPA withdrew to the background at the ports, and that has made it very difficult for us to monitor a whole lot of issues. We were depending largely on tip-offs from national security and some secondary information. We have succeeded, and we want to thank the president. Last week, the CEO and I were at the, our team were at the commissioner, met with the commissioner of SEFs. Yesterday, they were here training our staff. So very soon, you are going to see EPA at the front line at our entry points, not only monitoring chemicals, but also ensuring that we enforce the importation, the ban on the importation of materials and inputs used in the manufacture of plastics. So when we ban, we'll have a handle on it.
Okay, so the visibility, is it, you know there are two types of visibility. You know that EPA is somewhere around the corner, plus the one that you can see them, like they are dressed, and you know that this EPA, please, which approach are you using? I want to tell my people. so that will be ready?
When we say visibility, for EPA here, our visibility is, you may not see us, but you feel us biting. Like if you don't believe, ask those who have imported champagnes, they are sitting at the ports. We have banned them, national security, customs, and I like to take this opportunity to thank the customs and national security. They have been helping us, and very soon we should be out there with them. Okay. When we want to enforce, we enforce, and nothing changes our mind.
You will just know that this thing you are doing, EPA can see you. You're not going to come dressed EPA on your forehead for them to know.
Yes, we ensure they don't even leave the ports as far as the materials are concerned. Okay. And when we come to the shops, we close down shops. One of the phone calls I get most of the time is people have come, they've closed down our shop, and they go up there, and then we get calls and we don't listen. So boss and I are very unpopular when it comes to that one. When we close down. And I can see Director Oting laughing. We get those calls every day. When we go and we seize your champagne, it is seized. If we have to close a mine, it's closed.
Okay.
Yeah, so that posture is necessary, because for the environment, you don't get a chance to do over again. So we need to be forthright as far as those ones are concerned.
I asked Prof about the implementation date, the January. I want to know, when I come to you, I want to know why you chose January, why the first day of January. So I want to know why you chose that particular date when I come to you. But Letitia, I was asking you about the benefits to the environment, the benefits to people. Of course, it's sad that we have to let people know that when you eat something, it harms you, right? And you have to now remind them why they must stay alive. That's a hard job for you, and I want to hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. So when we come to the environment, the first thing is that polystyrene persists, like Lovely said, over 500 years. And even when it degrades a little, you have microplastics. And then the microplastics, they become easier to ingest. I will not see the takeaway pack and start chewing it. But the small particles that I don't see, that is in my food. So then it is available for plants and for animals to ingest. And if you look at our food chain, so it transfers. Okay, I will eat one fish. Maybe I'll eat like 2 or 3 at a go. So then it's also bioaccumulate. So the environment first is the elimination of persistent pollutants from our environment. The second one is also the prevention of marine pollution. Most of the plastics end up in our mortal bodies, end up in the ocean. We have had calls for people fisher folk to go out and say, we went out, but we caught plastic. We go on our beaches and they are dotted with plastics. And then once they find themselves in the marine ecosystem, it means that marine life, aqua life, the fish, the birds, the plants, the seaweed, is also affected. Everything that affects the environment eventually affects the human beings. So then when we come from that also, then the production itself for polystyrene is from petroleum products, petroleum, and that is a big thing with carbon emissions. So the contributions to global warming is also part of that. Then the sanitation. When we look at our gutters, these floods of the previous weeks, the things they gave birth to, let me say, visibly, that was it. That is what has choked our drains. The breeding ground for mosquitoes that cause malaria, the cholera outbreaks, the typhoid outbreaks. So the public health issues are also there for us to look at. So our waste management also, it also impacts. So those are the things that affect the environment. Then when you come to our health, sorry.
It's okay. To see.
So then when you come to our health, when CEO was talking, she talked about the leaching. polystyrene in oil, heat, and in an acidic environment will leach. You have the styrene, you have benzene.
Wait, I've had leech like 4 or 5 times today. Leech, I thought leech is something that will bite you.
No, leech is Mr. Sample says no. It's kind of like it dissolves and it is in the pack. It is not part of your food. But the environment, the heat and the acidic nature and the oily nature of your food will make it dissolve in your food. You get it? So you get it coming into your food. So it leaches out. Okay. It is contained, but when it's exposed to the oil, the heat and the acid, it will leach out and enter your food, which is undesirable. So then they are carcinogenic. The other thing that also happens is that they are endocrine disruptors. Our hormones that regulate our body functions. These contaminants mimic them. Yes. So your estrogen, testosterone, insulin, what do you call it? Thyroid. It mimics. So your body is supposed to function in a certain way, but because these have disrupted it, it is functioning in an opposite, contrary to how it should function.
I see.
Then I talked about the microplastics that we ingest. Research has shown that they found microplastics in semen. Microplastics have been found
Semen?
Yes, semen.
The one that we used to give birth?
Yes. Microplastics in breast milk. Microplastics in placenta. So that is the reality we cannot run away from. And so we have to begin to think. So I believe that there are a lot of ailments that are presenting themselves in our health facilities that are strange. You don't know what is happening. There are a lot of tumors. So these are the things we are exposing ourselves to. Then also for the workers in the work environment where these things are produced, they are also exposed to, they have a chronic exposure to these contaminants. And so that also affects their health. So these are the few things I will say.
Letitia is your typical, you're about to die, but to be laughing. She's telling you are dying tomorrow, but she's smiling with it. But I quickly want to give you a minute to tell us about the peel back. If there's any impact, if there's no impact, we're happy to know. But is there any impact at all in relationships with countries? Because actually, in the midst of these wastes, travel and get into the Atlantic Ocean, whatever it is, wherever, anything that looks like water, as Letitia has been saying, in the marine. So is there are we going to have any challenges because we're banning the use of it at all for other countries?
Not at all. I think that even there are opportunities, but the countries are even in a hurry to ensure that we all work in unison.
Okay.
So really, if you look at the things Letitia has said, I think we'll all be in a hurry to ensure that we ban these things. But, definitely we know that once we ban, there may be repercussions as a country. And so for us where we sit as developing countries, we know that we are disadvantaged in a number of things. So our argument is that we want to push in provisions for just transition so that jobs that will be affected, we put in something for them. We also know that developed countries may be a bit ahead in terms of technology and all that. So we are pushing in provisions to ensure that there's technology transfer so that we will be able to quickly transition to the new era. We know that it takes money to implement these provisions. So we'll make sure that we get a good package that will support developing countries to implement these provisions.
Okay. All of this sits better in the Sustainable Development Goals. They are not outside of it. Prof, I asked you a question about why are you people fixated on our new year?
It's no particular reason. We just thought that first we needed to give ample time for industry to adopt. And this was announced by the president, and we want to implement it in a manner that reflects the president's compassionate nature going forward, not to rush it. So we have almost allowed 2 years to pass. And when you saw the screen here, you saw a number of images of stakeholder engagements that have been going on. For us at EPA here, it's more or less like our New Year resolution. It should be everybody's New Year resolution. You should resolve as an individual not to take in microplastics at the beginning of the year. We are resolving that from January 1st, 2027. We are going to prevent plastics from coming in. It's a time we all take serious, we see as beginnings.
Yeah.
And we think that apart from the date not having any significant intention behind it, we think that it's a point where we all think, okay, if I make a resolution, I can go with it. We are starting anew. So industry, if you have stocks, make sure you use all of them at Christmas. And from the 1st of January, this resolution is supposed to go on. So provide ample time and also put some significance of it being a new beginning to it. And that's why we chose 1st January.
Well, Prof, thank you so much. Letitia, thank you so much. Lovelace, thank you so much. So we're going to spend the last leg of the show talking about, again, the compliance, the enforcement, and alternatives that may be available. If you're concerned about Letitia wanting you to stay alive, we're going to talk about some alternatives for you. You're watching the EPA AM show. Please stay. When we come back, my colleague Carlos Caloni will moderate that session for us. Please stay. By midday, the day has spoken, stories have broken, events have unfolded.
We call on governments and cocoa board to pay our cocoa farmers immediately.
Now it's time to take stock. This is Joy News Today. As it happens, as it matters to you, from Accra to every region, from Parliament to the courts, our correspondents are on the beat, bringing you the latest developments, verified facts, and the context behind the headline.
This authority is just going to be tough for the men. This authority will not affect the suffering unemployed youth.
On Joy News Today, there are no fragments of speculation, but a clear picture of where the country stands right now.
Because of Galamsey, Ghanaians voted against NPP for NDC to come and do better. But the better now, no,
so you can stay informed, stay connected, and stay ahead. Joy News Today on Joy News. Independent, fearless, and credible.
People look in envy at Rwanda, Malaysia, and Singapore. What it took to get them where they are we prepared to do that? Singapore still has corporal punishment, but all the human rights lawyers are in Ghana, though.
When Akufo-Addo was in power, you know how we hold in neck. But there is a new political party in power, a new sheriff in town. I will not be boxed into submission.
No matter how much money you give to a poor mind, they will go back broke.
If I have to sleep with somebody for my rent, sleep with somebody to get a car, sleep with somebody who's going to give me the dress, are you not tired?
Neutrality about journalism is a fallacy. You cannot be a football fanatic and say that you are neither Kotoko or Hearts.
Your mom is in the kitchen and you're like, I have rehearsal, so you won't help mommy cook. We're going to have an audacious sister who doesn't know how to cook.
Wow.
Talk, no, they cook rice.
And when do children go to school and when don't children go to school? Yeah, bomba. It's the same Columbia classes.
You don't always have to win when it comes to pageants or competitions.
You don't always have to win.
You don't always have to
but
win.
You entered because you wanted to.
Exactly.
When I find somebody saying, my boss didn't like me, that's why I left. It's weird because we are constantly looking for very competent workers and we don't want them to leave.
Where do you get this love to give?
That's a very deep one.
For some of us, we don't have anybody to confide in. So the next person is the wrong person.
No matter how we feel like we are superstars or we're artists, we're human. I will never be able to please everybody.
My dad left when I was a little younger, but of course, to work for us.
Mine abandoned my mom. Yeah. I was not even 1 year old when this happened. So the only image of him I have is a picture.
I opened the door to his room. And the man that I've been eating with, the man I've been dancing with, he was lying on a stretcher.
For many, success is defined by one path, the white-collar dream.
I want to be a software engineer. I want to be a banker.
But when that door doesn't open, does it mean your story is over?
No, because there are other paths.
Paths built on passion, creativity, and courage.
From season 1 to 3, we've met dreamers who turned rejection into redirection.
They wanted to silence me.
And built success beyond the titles.
As a general manager for Kena Pharma, I felt this challenge right deep that I should work in the area of my gifting. I started writing.
Now, season 4 is here.
New stories.
Remember one kid who walked into my class and looked and said, "You are from Africa, right?" And I said, "Yes, that's why you are so black."
Deeper lessons.
I haven't been to sixth form, I haven't been to university. So everything that you hear me do, I've learned on the job.
More proof that the trail doesn't end when the white-collar job door closes.
I did attend an auditioning for Emirates cabin crew members, but I was not selected.
This is not just a show, it's a movement.
You're live from the EPA head office here in Accra. And since morning, we've been discussing issues that have to do with the environment, protecting the environment, specifically banning styrofoam, or what we usually call the takeaway pack. We've heard from the EPA Chief Executive Officer, we've heard from the Deputy Chief Executive Officer. They've been explaining the policy to us. But you do know also that one of the biggest challenges facing our country is enforcement of the laws. And so the big question on the agenda this morning is, how are we really going to enforce and ensure that people comply with this new directive? So this segment, I'll be talking to Larry Kotoy. He is the Acting Director of Sustainability, Circular Economy and EPR at the EPA head office here in Accra. Thank you for joining us here on the AM show. Also joining us is Sydney Kweku-Danso. He is the Director of Strategy and Risk Management at the EPA. Grateful to have you here on the AM show. Let me start with you, Larry. Implementation is one of the biggest challenges facing our country. We come up with laws on this particular styrofoam ban. What is the plan from now till January 2028?
Thank you for having me. In terms of implementation, we started with stakeholder engagement, as CEO mentioned. We have a nationwide engagement plan that will be going, and as CEO also mentioned, our presence will be felt in the various environments in terms of the marketplaces and also other food vendors that we have to engage with. And then also there's a need to also look at how we also enforce the restrictions. So in terms of the nationwide engagement, we are looking at June, July. You will feel our presence in most of the regions, and we are in all the regional offices. in APA. But in terms of from August, September, there's a need to start restricting.
So tell us about what's going to happen in July. Already you started some stakeholder engagement, right?
Yes.
Are you done with the stakeholder engagement as we speak?
Not at all. We still need to do more. And as I said, we started with the manufacturers, with the suppliers and distributors. But we also have to reach out to food vendors, for instance, because they are also part of the demand side that we need to engage with. So we'll be going to the market to actually campaign that we need to switch. And some of these things are behavioral as well. As we mentioned, if I take my bowl to go and buy food, you can still reuse it. So some of these things we need to also preach behavioral change. And that's what we want to focus on a lot. But we also need to start restrictions on or limitation of imports. This comes in two ways. We have raw materials and we have products. That needs to start because you cannot wait till the ban to actually implement some of the restrictions. This is because imports might have already been done by importers. So we have, in terms of the system, we are on the ICOMs, and we use the HS codes to restrict some of these things. So we have the HS codes for the raw materials, and then we have HS codes for the products. So we need to start engaging the manufacturers, the importers, when you should stop the importation.
So as we speak now, they are still importing?
We've requested for data. Yes, they are still importing. Some have already imported, and they have, but we need to verify some of these data, which we have requested from them.
At what point are they going to stop importing these raw materials?
So technically, some of them have like 3 months import cycle. Some of them 4 months import cycle. So if we are looking at implementing the ban effective January 1st, what it means is that you need to limit the importation 3 or 4 months before. So these are technicalities that we have to implement, and we have drawn up a plan to actually do that. So once they give us the data, you cannot import after the 3 months or 4 months, because we don't want you to be importing January 1st, 2027. That will be in violation of the ban.
What happens to anybody who imports after January 2027?
So we are currently working with our legal department to also work on the enforcement protocol and also the legal framework, which will be finalized by then. So before January 1st, we will have a legal framework to regulate. And enforcement comes in so many ways, as my CEO mentioned. Confiscation is one of them.
Okay.
We have several enforcement tools.
You confiscate?
We are the port.
Okay.
And we are visible on the ICOMs, and that's what they use. So every product that comes into the country, EPA, we see it, and we need to give authorization to some of them. So we can actually restrict it. And customs, we do some of these things with customs as well.
Okay.
So we will be communicating with customs, especially the list of items that we want to restrict, and then when it should take effect.
Okay.
But these are things that we are discussing with industry.
Okay.
To actually comply, so that at least we can all act in good faith.
Okay.
Going forward.
I'll come back to you. Let me go to Sydney Kweku Danso. You are the Director of Strategy and Risk Management at the EPA. The risk is really associated with this particular implementation of the ban on styrofoam. How do you intend to, address issues of risk? What strategic measures are you putting in place to ensure that the risk that the EPA is exposed to at our port, our borders, in relation to this ban, you are effectively going to address them?
Thank you, and good morning to our viewers. Most of these issues boil down to policy, and when you look at the national plastic policy, the 4 areas that was focused on in terms of implementation, one was behavioral change, which we need to look at, and the other one was governance and inclusiveness. As a strategist and EPA, we are looking at these 2 critically. Other thing outlined in the policy is about communication and also engaging. How well are we prepared to engage the very lower level that actually consume this product? So one, communication, which we've started this morning with you, visibility. Emefa asked. Bringing joy here is not just for the fun. It's to project and communicate to the public our intention and what we need to do. And also one of the risk aspects is the segmentation of communication to the public. The students population, we have the middle class, we have the elderly, choice of words and choice of adverts. So there are things that we actually want to put together with your team and our team, and then the stakeholders to see how best we can close some of the loopholes. Prof. Ayamga also talked about ports. Yes, the inflows are through the ports. We only talk about Tema ports. The other ports that
exactly the porous port we have.
We talk about Elubo, Paga, Aflau, and the rest. So visibility at all entry points is key, and we are currently EPA has a manpower. You've heard that we've decentralized operations to the very lower level, to the district level. So definitely our men will be on the grounds to enforce.
You said you have the men. Do you have the capacity to man all of these entry points into our country?
Capacity is relative. We are talking about logistics-wise. We need vehicles to move around. In terms of manpower, yes, we have enough manpower in the system. We have over 2,500 staff now, compared to what we inherited in the past. So movement is what we are looking at, and the authority is procuring a lot of vehicles that could at least give, which will be given to each district, but not in immediate terms, but longer term approach. Regions will have vehicles, some districts will have vehicles to man some of these porous spots. We are doing it in phases, phase 1, phase 2. We know that it's an emergency. However, we need other logistics to support our implementation, which the CEO management and all other people are calling on everybody to come on board to support. Plastic issue is not just issue for EPA, it's issue for everybody and every Ghanaian and the president. So we are looking at broader consultation, as Larry said. Yes, we'll move to the market, we'll strengthen all other avenues that we need to strengthen and engage more people that needs to be engaged.
But what level of collaboration are you building between the EPA itself and, say, customs, national security, the police, so they're able to, augment the effort you're going to put into this ban? Anything like that?
Yes, in the earlier submission by Prof. Ayamga, who is the Deputy of Operations, he made mention of us engaging customs. That was last week. And yesterday, they were here to train us on the platform that they normally use to monitor most of the goods that comes in. The next level of engagement is to engage the police. Informally, we are engaging the police to man our barriers. So we received some calls of some goods passing through. They stop, ask us of our opinion on which goods to seize and which to release. So that engagement is there. But formally, I know we need to engage the police, we need to engage immigration as well, and then be able to man or put our men attached to some of these posts that most of these officers are standing.
So on the 1st January 2027, when the ban actually kickstarts, what do we see? What are we going to see?
EPA is known for seizure and closure. It will not be different. From January, the enforcement will happen. If you have some of these things in your shop, we advise that from now to December, Christmas is coming, so you can package more food and use. But we are discouraging you. But it will not come to, January will not come, and then you will still be having excuses of, I still have a stock or this. What you said earlier was that we will keep stock of those items now and help you to dispose them of properly. So we are going to work with other agencies like Zoom Lion on possible ways of disposal. So all this, I'm sure, will be outlined in the coming days with the team and management.
Okay. Larry, let me come to you. The key question for many of consumers is alternatives. Prof mentioned that you have the technical experts to really work on these machines to produce more or less alternative products. What level of capacity do we have in terms of providing alternatives so that people now can rely on, say, paper packaging, for instance?
Thank you, Carlos. So maybe I will just add on the engagement a bit in terms of who we have also engaged.
Okay.
So as part of the process, we've also engaged the Standards Authority, as well as the Food and Drugs Authority, and then also Customs. The specific section of Customs that deals with the, I would say, Customs Laboratory they deal with more of what we are discussing. So we've had that discussion. Now, in terms of alternatives, yes, so when the ban was even announced, we've seen people rushing to EPA, presenting to us what they have. And Carlos, I'm sure you've seen...
In terms of providing alternative packaging?
They are already there. Sometimes we all buy, so let's look at it. The mold looks the same, but the materials are not the same.
Okay.
Sometimes you can buy food packaged in a different packaging. You will see it as a styrofoam pack, but it is not. It's paper.
Right.
So it is already there. Last year, we actually had an engagement with some of them. It's just the production cost because they are competing with a cheaper product, which is the takeaway packs. They said, if you are able to also support us, it's an issue of demand, then they can produce more. So as we speak, we have a tall list of them. We've compiled all of them. We are going to engage them in terms of filling in the capacity gaps. So as we are trying to take stock of what we'll be losing, we are also seeing what we can bring in from the alternative side. So it already exists. We buy food. They package it for us. So we also met the hoteliers. They also do same. They have people that supply alternatives to them. It's not every hotel that actually uses the styrofoam pack. So the cost can actually drive down if we promote the alternatives. It's just a matter of policy, and which has actually come. So for me, last year, the engagement was, if government is committed, they can produce to fill in their capacity. So there's no issue in terms of the alternative already exists. But I also say that sometimes we talk about alternative as a new thing. It's with us. If you have your own aluminum flask from your home and you go and buy your food, it's a reuse. We have refill systems as well. So just like CEO said, we are using dispensers.
Right.
Now, we are also looking at non-plastic based dispensers where they will use the...
because currently you are using plastic to...
so we ourselves want to even transition to non-plastic based...
do we have that type of material in the country?
It's being piloted as we speak.
With what?
Fresh Pact. It's a company that is actually doing the same pot that we are talking about, but they will design it in a way of the same water plastic containers you see.
With which material?
They are using clay and other things to do.
Clay?
Yes.
Is that strong enough?
Well, we talked about the same pot, having the earthen pot that Letitia spoke about. What is it made from? We've been having it all this while. So they are designing it in a way that you might not even see. And you will see it being used here, maybe some time to come.
All right, as we wrap up this segment, my concern has to do with legal issues that will come with this particular ban. How prepared is the EPA to address those legal concerns that will come? For instance, if you confiscate somebody's import, for instance, how do you address those legal concerns? Okay, let me throw that to Sydney.
Thank you. EPA has a lot of regulations and we are guided by our act. Currently, for the plastics, we are formulating some regulations to ensure that whatever we are doing is grounded in the act and our constitution. A 5 or 6 member committee is in place. I'm sure by the time the ban will be enforced, all regulations will be in place.
Okay. So we are good to go?
We are good to go. We are starting now, but it's a gradual process. The real enforcement will start in January.
Okay. Your final words for this segment?
For us, I think that we should support this idea. We are ready to also listen to the various alternatives that we have. And we also want to say that the transition will be smoother, and we should expect that Ghanaians should also embrace the change and then also support this whole idea.
Thank you so much. Larry Kutoi is the Acting Director of Sustainability, Circular Economy and EPR here at the EPA. And you also heard from Sydney Kwekudanso, who is Director of Strategy and Risk Management at the EPA. We've heard from all the key implementers here at the Environmental Protection Authority. It is now time to hear from the key stakeholders, the manufacturers, the distributors, to really tell us what they make of this particular ban, how this is actually going to affect them, how it's going to affect job, security, and all of that. The next segment, Emefa Adeti will be here to listen to them, and they will give the opportunity to the EPA officials to really respond to those concerns. You're still watching the AM show with me, Carlos Caloni. We'll take a short break. We'll return.
Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. Life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without Joy News. The Career Trail Season 4 with For Many, success is defined by one path, the white-collar dream.
I want to be a software engineer. I want to be a banker.
But when that door doesn't open, does it mean your story is over?
No, because there are other paths.
Paths built on passion, creativity, and courage.
From Season 1 to 3, we've met dreamers who turned rejection into redirection.
They wanted to silence me.
And built success beyond the title.
As a general manager for Kina Pharma, I felt this challenge right deep that I should work in the area of my gifting. I started writing.
Now, Season 4 is here.
New stories.
I remember one kid who walked into my class and looked and said, "You are from Africa, right?" And I said, "Yes, that's why you are so black."
Deeper lessons.
I haven't been to sixth form, I haven't been to university. So everything that you hear me do, I've learned on the job.
More proof that the trail doesn't end when the white-collar job door closes.
I did attend an auditioning for Emirates cabin crew members, but I was not selected.
This is not just a show, it's a movement.
The Career Trail Season 4 with Irene Edubia-Eni shows every Saturday at 4 p.m. on Joy Learning TV and 6:30 p.m. on Joy News.
The Career Trail, your success journey begins here.
The law affects everything, your job, your home, your rights. But for many, the law feels distant, complicated, full of big words and bigger confusion, legal jargons, constitutional twists, hidden loopholes. And sometimes what seems simple is far more complex than it appears.
Even if he's a tenant, but he conducts himself as if he's the owner, he has automatically stated to you that you are no more the owner.
That's why there is the law, a program designed for you to break it all down, to explain, to clarify.
The ends of justice are that the outcome must be fair, it must be conscionable, it must be equitable, and it must be just.
The law, it's your legal lights. It's your help law. On Joy News, independent, fearless, credible. Everything has meaning, but not everything is as it seems. For every story told, there are versions of the truth.
We can't afford to look at this, the numbers that have been presented, and say we are tired. It's the same old issue. No, somebody should be prosecuted.
Every opinion can be debated. Every claim can be challenged. Even the idea of the national interest can and must be interrogated.
This is the date it was. This was the date it was printed from the system.
That is what US prints.
What is he talking about?
Because sometimes the real facts are buried deep within layers of interpretation. So we ask the harder questions. We test every claim. We raise the standard of public discourse and place every issue on the altar of unbiased scrutiny. This is Newsfile, your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first.
We stand beneath you. What are you doing?
Newsfile with Samson Ladi and Yanini. On Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible.
By midday, the day has spoken, stories have broken, events have unfolded.
We call on governments and cocoa board to pay our cocoa farmers immediately.
Now it's time to take stock. This is Joy News Today. As it happens, as it matters to you, from Accra to every region, from Parliament to the courts, our correspondents are on the beat, bringing you the latest developments, verified facts, and the context. Staying with us, you're still watching the AM show. Today's show has been dedicated to the EPA and what they intend to do, banning of styrofoam. By now, you're very well educated and you're psychologically preparing for January. They have a special knack for January, right? But on the chain are stakeholders who may be affected. They have concerns. And what are some of the recommendations? So we put the head or the leadership of EPA in the seat so that they can take delivery of some questions and then answer them as well to settle these stakeholders on the value chain. And of course, Professor Nanama Brown-Kluche is CEO, EPA, she's seated. Professor Michael Ayamga is Deputy CEO as well, in charge of operations, seated right by Prof herself. Larry Koto is as well, Sustainability and Circular Economy here at EPA. And Veronica Emisa-Edu, Head of Legal, yes, so that if you have any challenge, you're preparing your docket to go to court, know that she's also ready for you. We're definitely going to be hearing food and from the Food and Beverage Association, Plastic Manufacturers Association, the Ghana Hotels Association, the Association of Ghana Industries, and as well Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and as well a food vendor, right? So I'm going to take questions from my audience and I'll pass it to the right person who would answer. My microphone is ready. Tell me who wants to go first. You tell me your name and which association you represent, and then you can go on with the question. Okay, I go with you. Yes, you can stand for me.
Good morning, Emefa. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Ebo Bochwe, and I'm the president for Ghana Plastic Manufacturers Association. I'll start by saying that there seemed to be a serious wrong perception or understanding when it comes to PS machinery. From Madam CEO through to almost all the speakers, they place emphasis that the PS making machine can be retooled to produce other packages using plant-based. This is absolutely false. I repeat, there is no way you can retool a PS machinery that is used to produce the PS takeaway containers. You cannot even use it to produce materials from bioplastics. So that assumption, perception, please, let's put it on record. It is very, very wrong. We are not opposed to Swish. I've also heard that last year the president made a statement, so we could have just taken cue from it. EPA, as the regulators, never sent us a communication. I mean, the only communication we did receive was 24th of May, last month. There was no consultation, there was no engagement whatsoever. Our machinery or our factories or plants are tied with bank facilities. We all take loans to set up. And I'm sure almost all of us know that to get a return on your investment, if you take the PS making machine, a standard plant costs you a minimum of $6 million. You will, the fastest you can get to get your money back without profit is 5 years. We have about 6 companies in Ghana that is producing the takeaway containers. The last one that set up was just 2 years ago. So obviously, that company has not recovered. Since the press release, our bankers have really been concerned and just want to know what is going to take their money to come. We are saying, I heard Emefa, you quoting those figures. Yes, it's coming from us. 1.493 million Ghana cedis. That is a cost.
Or billion?
Billion. Billion. If government, or I know EPA is making a lot of money, if EPA came today to give us a paycheck of 1.493 billion, today we will scrap our machines. But If we are not getting that, I think one of the speakers was also mentioning about going to free zones for assistance. I'm a bit surprised. On the other side, we have some companies who are free zone. They have the status on free zone, and the mandate is to export 75% of their products overseas. There is no clear cut on those companies. Whatever we produce here, in fact, from the plastic industry, we export our products all the way, not PS alone, all the way to Namibia, Angola, to Algeria, to Western Sahara. We export about 57% of our products. Put aside the employment loss. There is no clear-cut advantages or holidays in terms of tax reliefs to set up a plant that would use plant-based. We do not even get convinced that we have not seen, unless it is there, we have not seen any scientific data or proof showing that if we are using plant-based raw material, we have it in commercial quantities. For an industry, your efficiency level means that you must operate your machines nothing below 90%. Again, if we even decided we got some free money somewhere to invest in new machinery. Machineries are not something like a TV set that you walk into the shop and then buy. You will have to order with all your specifications. Machine will take between 12 months, sometimes more, to be built. You go for a test run before it is shipped, etc. All we are saying is that we want to go with government or want to go with His Excellency the President or EPA. Mm-hmm. But the time frame is certainly not business friendly. Okay. It is as good as saying that it's an indirect closure of your businesses. Okay. We're careless.
Okay. Well, thank you. A lot has been said, but it's been drilled down to the time frame. Prof, would you like to answer yourself? Who amongst you wants to take it? Prof, you want to? Okay.
Maybe we'll all take different parts of it. So, yeah, thank you for the question. These are real concerns that came up also during the stakeholder engagement. So, we took notes of that, and we'll continue to have engagements with the stakeholders, especially the producers. So, we talked about retooling or retrofitting their equipment, because we know some machines can be repurposed. So it's not like very specific to what you have or the type that they have now. But it's an assessment we have to help do and see how best we can retool those equipment. It may not be retooled exactly for the biodegradable or plant-based products, as he said. It can be for something else. We don't know yet. So that's what we were actually talking about. We also understand the concerns on employment and the financials that are involved here. But putting all of that side by side, the health and environment impact. So it's long overdue for us to ban this already. So we see that we don't have any more time to wait any longer on the ban. We also admit that 6 months may be too short, but every time we put would also be too short for some other companies. So we feel we should push ourselves. It's difficult, but we should push ourselves and make this happen for all of us. But we have not left them off the hook. We'll continue to engage and see where we can intervene. He said EPA makes a lot of money. We'll see how best we can intervene in also collaborating with other institutions, like we mentioned Free Zone, and he had donated by some companies, and see how best that can also be extended to other companies. Ghana Heavy Equipment Company is also there, and I mentioned there's another one, Ghana Enterprises. Investment promotion.
Okay.
That one is also there. They also continuously provide support for companies. Okay. We will not leave them completely off. We will continue to engage and provide the support system that they need to go through this phase.
Okay. Because of time, I may have to take questions from other sectors as well. But Mr. Ebo, surely you know that your question recommendation demands quite packed, and it will need another set of engagements, which the CEO has been promising. So I personally will look forward to that engagement as well with you. But let me take on that question. Please tell me your name.
Thank you so much. My name is Benjamin from Ghana Hotels Association, Second Vice President in charge of operations. This goes to Madam CEO. We all know charity begins at home. And when we came, we've been told that EPA is trying to start this implementation here. Now, let me find out from you, EPA, what are you doing in other agencies, like the other ministries, the other agencies under government, that all these things that you are doing, you are going to see to it that it will be done in that areas. Because at the end of the day, we visit, they invite us, and most of the takeaway packs that they give us are these ones. So what are you going to do about it? And are you going to use the same? Since I came, I've been hearing this seizure and closure, and I believe, Madam CEO, this thing, I will plead that it's not a good image for this country. And in fact, in the past, others were doing it and they didn't help. You started engaging us. So let us build relationship. And I believe relationship is the way to go, not closure and seizure. That South African style will not help us. Again, number two, I want to find out what EPA is also going to do to companies who are going to do this biodegradable. What are you going to do? Because definitely, when we do the comparison as hoteliers, what was going for the cheaper one? In fact, but the upmarket hotels are going for the other one, but they're expensive. So what are you going to do about it? Is there going to be some sort of incentive that you'll be giving to these companies so that you make it cheaper for everybody to come on board? Okay. I must commend EPA for this, because this is a chain. As people go to our facilities to eat, and we serve them in some of these things, at the end of the day, we send them, when they come to our facility to eat, we dispose some of these things, and if not disposed very well, what is going to happen is that it will find its way in the beaches, in the bush, and all that. Now the fishes, like the other woman made us, when they eat all these things, it becomes a cycle, and it will still come back to the hotel. And again, most of our guests, let me be frank, are becoming very environmental and health conscious. So I believe this is a way to help Ghana, that people know that when they come, they are safe, the environment is safe, and to go a long way to help us. So thumbs up, but EPA, we will plead, star will not help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Because of time, I'm going to take questions. Do I have a food vendor here?
From the Food and Beverage Association.
Okay.
Yeah. From the agri-food and beverage point of view, we are for a total ban for this polystyrene foam materials that we're using for food packaging. But in what form must it be done?
Okay.
Because in food packaging, we can use some of these materials for egg packaging, for fruit packaging, and others, where we don't have to consume the end of it by putting hot meal into those products. So then we can look at the side of banning the aspect of using it for food packaging. Then we come to the manufacturing sector. What incentive, like my brother said, what incentive are we giving? Because the other time I proposed that we need to give some tax holiday, virtually not taxing these companies who will go into production for the next 5 years of such materials. Because we can use our bamboos, we can use our plants, we can use the plantain stems to produce those papers for manufacturing this food packaging. And we need to encourage that. So those who goes into it, we need to give them virtually no tax for their purposes so that they can produce what they need to produce. Then we come to the government side. What is government also giving on the other side for them to be able to produce properly to help the environment? Because if Ghana must go green, what must we do? We just don't ban and ban for banning's sake. We need to put something in place to make sure that at least we get the alternative solution to whatever we are doing. Because when I heard from Madam CEO, he said January 1st is the cutoff point.
Shouldn't change it.
But the transition point, we need to really think again by engaging stakeholders, because certain solutions may come where the 1st of January probably may not happen.
Okay.
So we must also give way to think of how to extend the time, even some months, without casting in iron, saying that January should come and there be no plastic, because those who are packaging, some of them may have millions of packs in their warehouses. Now we are saying we should bring them for distraction. If they bring them, are we going to refund their money back to them so that they can be encouraged to bring those materials for properly safe disposal? So these are some of the things that we need to. I'm happy that we said we are going to engage stakeholders in this area. The engagement must come on. We need to, but the time is very short, so that we can find the solutions as to how we are going to implement such policies. Because we cannot put the cart before the horse. We need to do the proper thing. So as we do, we really support the banning, but at what point are we going to take off? This discussion has been going on for the past 10 years. Because EPR systems are being developed to ensure that we come to this point.
Okay.
But we are in a hurry to implement it. So what must we do?
Okay.
15 years ago, 2015, we started this discussion. Even as far back as 2012, this discussion has been going on. So when are we going to implement it? We need to take a point. As a country, we need to take the bull by the horn and make sure that such policies are implemented to get the optimal out of it.
Okay. So, Mr. Samuel Butcher, Food and Beverages Association of Ghana, your question takes the form and shape of the first speaker that spoke, Mr. Butcher, as well. I would go to the head of legal. Why? Because I found two things with them: tax exemptions. Tax are a creation of law in Parliament, and I don't know how easy or difficult these tax exemptions are going to be coming. I know that it will still find its way to the stakeholder engagements, but would you want to tell them how easy or difficult that request may be?
I would thank you very much. I would say that is a policy issue which we'll have to discuss at the ministerial level. So we'll recommend such discussions to support the implementation.
Okay. So this recommendations or requests or demands will still find its way to the continued stakeholder engagements that because they say that they're happy with the decision, but these are some of the things they will also need to at least help them, transition easily. But if you hear from head of legal, tax creation will not be the EPA deciding. It still has to go. You have a follow-up question?
They will have to lead the champion.
Okay.
Because otherwise, we'll have no discussion at all.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let's take the answer for the Hotels Association as well.
Okay. So I just wanted to add a little bit more on the tax, and it's been a policy issue. We are implementers, but then if the directive will come, it has to come from the ministry or from the presidency. So through the engagement, we'll make recommendations, as you said, to the ministry and then through to government, because we didn't do the taxes, this GRA matter, so we don't take decision on that side. But we are by our mandate to enforce this ban, which we are doing. So all the issues that are coming out, the concerns and all of that, those that are beyond our mandate, we recommend it to the appropriate institutions, for instance, the ministry and even the presidency, to help us handle it. And the institution that can collaborate with us, or we can collaborate with them to ensure the proper takeoff of this, we will do that as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Professor Yanga, so the hotels, they are concerned, they mentioned that charity begins at home. Over here, people are drinking healthy. The other institutions, the other ministries, that's what's one of the major concerns. How well are you making sure that they also start?
Yeah, definitely the announcement of this ban and also this engagement serve as a notice to them, but definitely we'll write to our agencies and others to at least begin implementing low plastic alternatives, go no plastic where they can. And once the ban comes into force, the products won't be in there. I would like to say that we admit the difficulties. Everybody is talking of revenue loss. I'm sitting here, we are also suffering revenue loss. That's one thing the people are not thinking about. We are going to lose regulation revenue we are getting from the plastic industry. And I'm just sitting down and cranking the numbers and thinking how it's going to impact us. So none of us is left off.
So it's not true that the EPA makes plenty money. I want to address Mr. Butch's concern.
So I'm just underscoring the importance of our relationship there, that they are in business, we also get most of our revenue from them. So it's not like we are not affected. We equally would like government to take note that we are going to lose some revenue because plastic income is going to decrease. When they are making that incentive, we also want a check written to us to help us fill that gap. But that's just to let you know that we are all in this together. We know we are going to also pay a certain price. But is it worth it? Yes. Should we do it? Definitely yes. As to how to a continuous engagement should give us the opportunity to look at it. The policy issue of providing incentives definitely will come. Implementation provides feedback to policy, and we believe that that is going to happen. For my good friend from the hotels, closures and seizures are a last resort as far as compliance is concerned. And as you see, we are talking about this, we are talking of January. You normally will see, we'll send you a notice first, followed by an enforcement notice. We invite you to come. When you don't come, then we visit you. Sometimes we even come there and tell you, oh, do this by this day and other things. When you cooperate, we move on. There are times I get a phone call, oh, I'll come to your office tomorrow. Then I say, okay, you guys stay your execution. So it has to do with that interface. But most of the time we get there and then they sack us. I remember they
sacked the EPA.
In fact, they even beat some of my staff in one region, and I asked Director of Legal to ensure that the entity is brought to book so that it doesn't repeat. But it's a last resort. We don't want to go that Rambo style thing. We want to engage. We exist because of each other, so we don't want to come in guns blazing and kicking doors down. We want to come and have an engagement and then probably take a drink or two and go, and environment benefits at the end of the day. So we take your advice. We continuously train our field staff that this is about legal enforcement and not a Rambo-style action. And you attest that there's been improvement over time. We are not saying we are perfect, but we are doing our best to ensure that this doesn't come at a very significant damage to our proponents.
Okay.
Maybe, Emefa,
I would.
Maybe just to also add to the alternatives that the hoteliers are.
Okay, Mr. Butcher, just give me a minute.
So in terms of the alternatives, yes, cost is also a factor. Our discussion with some of the members of the association that actually deals in alternatives, we actually checked how much it will cost, the current pricing. They were telling us a window of 15 to 20% above the current products that we use.
Okay,
but
so
it's more.
It means the alternative is expensive.
It's expensive,
than
but it's because of the demand. It's low on their side because they are competing with the cheaper.
Okay.
So we are engaging them to also see how, once the demand is now coming in, if they can drive down the cost.
If you phase out the existing
exactly.
way,
so
then the demand will go higher.
Exactly.
Then would that bring the cost a little down?
Exactly.
Okay.
So that is an area we are also looking at. But I must also say that we are currently working with an extended producer law, which Mr. Botri and FABAG is quite aware, and they'll be supportive of that process. It's also creating buyback centers. And that is also part of the circular economy that we are promoting. So you might even find that somebody will be very innovative to take some of the waste or the stocks that you think you have produced into other products. It also drives innovation. So sometimes you might think that the packs that you have that we are saying don't sell it in foods anymore. Somebody will come with ideas in terms of how they can convert it to other products. And that is what we want to drive. So we shouldn't look at it as waste now. It's a raw material that can be used as well. So these buyback centers, which we've been discussing in terms of the EPR concept, will come to play, and we need to transition you properly with this emerging.
Do I hear the concern is that for these alternatives, they like to see it in motion before the January, and do not anticipate that these alternatives could be in motion in the next 6 months? If you, in your mind's eye, because Prof has or the Nemoja stamp.
They are already there.
So they are already there.
They are already there.
They are already there. It's just the cost.
Okay.
Which can come down when the demand is on.
Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. So, is this a comment, a question, or a reaction?
Just addition to, it's a reaction to part of Mr. Larry's delivery. He talked about cooperating, EPA cooperating with customs and going to use HS codes to control imports of raw material. It's very important that you take note that the PS raw material is used for other products as well. A very simple example is the big pen. It's made out of PS material. So if it is blocked using HS code, it will seriously affect other products, which is not styrofoam. There. It's interesting that I find lunchbox there because it contains a styrofoam. All the coolers contain styrofoam.
Prof mentioned.
So does it mean that this is also going to be banned? All the coolers we have is also going to be banned because without the styrofoam, it will not work as a cooler. Finally, I think you should ban this paper cups here because it has a plastic lining. So EPA is not 100% compliant. You have to stop using this. Thank you.
Maybe let me just respond to that. I find the position quite. Let me say confusing because in one breath you are calling for time, in another breath you are asking us to even ban the one with the paper lining. And that's why we say we are looking at going in phases gradually. We don't want to get up abruptly and say no plastic when we know that that will be a very steep change. So we admit that there are other forms of styrofoams in the system that we believe, maybe if you take a paper cup, for example, because of the mix, we think that the environmental impact will be much, much less than just like they take away a box. So it's going for the lesser of the two evils, if you want to put it that way. But going forward, yes, when we get to that point that we have to completely eliminate plastics, definitely everything will go. But I'm sure if we say that today, we will be at loggerheads again arguing. So yes, that's
okay. Let me other questions from other sectors as well. Who wants to go? I see the microphone is still with the... Do I have a food vendor here? Okay, I don't have a food vendor, but let me find out. Do I have the Ghana National... Please give me... Do I have the Ghana National Chamber of Commerce and Industry here? Okay. I've heard from the Ghana Hotels Association, the Plastic Manufacturers Association as well, Food and Beverage Association. So I don't have the food vendor here. Okay. Whose mother is a food vendor that gave a question to them to come and ask EPA for me? Nobody. Okay, but you have a follow-up then. Okay.
Thank you so much, EPA. One of the challenges we have within the hotel, you've been saying, hammering it very soon after this new baby, the other babies will also be taken out of the system, the PET bottles and all that. We've been having engagement, or EPA have been having engagement with us with this segmentation of our waste. Let me give you a scenario. I went to a facility. They've done their segmentation. I'll mention company, or let me not mention company. A truck came to pick it, and they all put them together. So he was asking me, so what are you guys talking about? Because whatever education, whatever we receive here, we share with our members. And at the end of the day, even right now, we've heard the impact. And like I said, some of these impact affect tourism in this country. And we are supporting what EPA is doing. But the point is, even from now to December, January 1st, you know, in December, there are a lot of activities, a lot of parks will be used. How do we even dispose them of when we have even done the segregation, and then the company will come and then just put them together? So what is EPA doing about this? And this thing has come to your notice over 10 years, and the situation is still the same. What are you people doing about it? Thank you.
Will that be the last question, or you have a follow-up? I'll consider that as the last question. Thank you.
As we are considering the alternatives, we've had a meeting with the Ghana Investment Promotion Council. And what was the cause? We wanted an alternative within the beverage sector where we can reduce the production of plastics and other water and other, or within the beverage sector. Now, we have a company, Aboso Glass Factory, and for years it has been shut down. We import bottles from Nigeria. People buy the broken bottles, they send it back to Nigeria, reproduce it, and bring it back to us. When we have our own factories here, what is government doing about it? So, in the interim, that we are considering banning certain products, where in future, Prof said they are going to consider the beverage sector. Yes, beverage sector, we do cold filling. So hot beverage doesn't come in. Okay. Now, the other side is that the consumers rather store the production or the produce in hot weather. That affects the product in a way which we need to educate why we shouldn't do that. So when you are going to buy something and it's stored in the sun, you don't have to buy even the sachet water, any bottle, any beverage that you buy, and you see it packed in the hot weather, you don't have to buy that product because it activates the leaching of these chemicals into the product that you eat. Okay. So we need to encourage our glass factory back into production. Okay. So I call on government to take a quick action. If we are doing that, then we need to put something back as an alternative so that the beverage sector can really work on.
You're an amazing audience, but I'll take the reactions. Yeah?
Okay, so I'll take the alternative question.
Okay.
And then, Mr. Butche, you are right. Some of the raw materials are actually used for multiple purposes. And what we have done over time, even on the ICOMs, when we started the EPR for electronics, we actually have a prohibited list that will come for regulatory license before you can bring it in. So once the ban is there, there will be a prohibited list, where people who are actually producing or using the raw material for other purposes aside the product, we will consider them on a special case, so that when they are clearing on the ICOM system, they need to show the EPA permit to allow them. And this time around, our enforcement team will be at the factory where the item is going, so that we know where the raw material is going, so that it doesn't get diverted. So we have that system already on ICOM. So once we work with customs, they should be able to do that to resolve that issue. When it comes to the issue of the alternatives as well, currently we are working with the Ministry on the Extended Producer Responsibility Law, which is also a EU law that has come to actually regulate the way producers take responsibility for their product. One of the key things is design. If your product is designed to be recyclable, you pay less or nothing. So all the things that we are discussing, if the product is very difficult to recycle, you pay more taxes. It's more like a tax. So this same styrofoam that we have decided to ban it, but we could have also used another approach to put more fees on it because it's difficult to recycle. So to push industry to design products that are more and to resolve the issue of this PET bottles as well. And now PET bottle is important because of food contact. We are developing standards where certain bottles or certain raw materials from plastic cannot be used to produce these bottles for purpose of our food. So these things are coming in to resolve some of these issues. But I think that Mr. Agri mentioned, when these laws come, it will drive the industry to go for more products like the glass into the system because that is more recyclable.
If they don't believe you, legal should say it. If the law comes, then
So that is something that the industry is supporting themselves.
Okay.
So it's something that we are hopeful that they will also support.
Okay.
Transition.
And finally, the separation, the plastics and the others.
The separation of waste, it's a challenge everywhere. Even at EPA, we separate our waste, but then the collectors used to put them together. But then we have collected that will do the separation. So we had to contract a different
The idea of the separation is to encourage recycling.
Yes, exactly. So
Yeah.
we have recyclable waste or products that we separate from the food waste and other waste. So that's what we do. But typically, we want to separate plastic, paper, and then other waste.
Okay.
So it's plastic that is of a big focus now. So we do that, and then we do the recycling, or we're sending them to the recycling company. So you can do same. EPA is engaging plastic collectors, those who collect the PETs and the sachet bags after use, the used one. So we're also encouraging them to do more, and we're providing a support system for them in this separation of waste that we are encouraging.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think it's been a good one so far. We've triggered some questions that need some answers even beyond the show today. I look forward to that engagement as well. I look forward to seeing whether the EPA will stamp their blood through the sand on that January 2027. I'll be happy to report it for you so that you prepare, okay? You've been an amazing audience, but as well, EPA would like to thank you so much. This is the best place you should have channeled this message, and we're happy that we did this with you. Thank you as well. You've been an amazing audience. I did this with Carlos Caloni. Thank you so much as well to my producer, Kingsley, who's waving at me in the back. Thank you so much to the production crew here who joined us at EPA. We brought the entire Joy News here, Derek, so thank you so much. But you as well, stay with us on the Joy News channel. From today, you've got to start mulling over the idea that the EPA is preparing to ban polystyrene foam products a little later, early next year. My name is Emefa Akosua-Adeti.
Imagine a family without a home. Imagine a song without a voice. Imagine a church without prayers. Imagine a government without citizens. Imagine democracy without journalists. Imagine a world without the media. Life is full of issues and stories about people, communities, and governments. Stories that have to be told by well-trained journalists. That's why you can't imagine news without Joy News.